the move 1e4. And Kramnik has replied c5. That's very, very surprising.
That is extremely surprising.
Yeah.
Those players have played 4 resultative games in 2013, where Andreikin has beaten Kramnik 3 times, which is actually, which points in the direction that Andreikin is not a very easy opponent for Kramnik.
No, generally I think you're right that Andreikin is a difficult opponent for Kramnik. Still, one has to remember they did play in the final of the World Cup and Kramnik won it very comfortably. So you can say when it really, really mattered, Kramnik turned out to be the more successful. But if you take it just by pure statistics, it's correct that Andreikin has posed a lot of problems for Kramnik. And I think, Andreikin has a sort of slightly unusual style and he's difficult to predict. For instance, his first move, I thought maybe he will play d4 or c4, knight f3, but he played e4. So he's difficult to predict, and I think that's a bit uncomfortable. Well, it's uncomfortable for everybody, but especially for someone like Kramnik who really likes to prepare deeply. But,
would you say Andreikin is a very universal player, that he plays basically every opening move?
Yeah, I think you're right there. He's not depending heavily on preparation or getting his very specific structures. He's actually sort of, willing to take the opponent out of his comfort zone. So he's a very interesting player in that sense, and quite different from Kramnik.
It should also be mentioned that Andreikin is actually the youngest player here. He is 1 month younger than Karjakin, and he's born in the same stellar year of 1990.
Now, I would say that I think something is wrong with the moves we have here. I was very surprised Kramnik played a Sicilian, and I think upon visual confirmation, it looks like a Nimzo Indian to me.
That's true, actually. So, yes, we have a wrong board. Yes,
mix up of the board.
That's a good point.
Let's try and see if we can get the right board.
Yes.
I think the game is a Queen C2 Nimzo Indian, which after all is a bit more.
Which was to be expected in every way.
So let's see if we can get the right board. No, I'm sorry about that.
Yet? Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah, I think there is a mix-up here. So, okay, I think we have the right board here. This is a Queen C2 Nimzo Indian and quite a classical opening.
And this is no surprise because Kramnik always recently goes for Nimzo. This is his by far the main opening of Kramnik.
Well, Kramnik is an extremely well-prepared player, and Kramnik is actually just repeating a line he's played many times before. Yeah. Kramnik is not surprising that much, but he really trusts his preparation. He basically thinks that, I'm going to be the better prepared player, so I don't have to rely a lot on surprising. I can simply play the openings I think are the best and rely on that. And I think...
Well, of course, he also relies very much on quality because this opening in this particular line with d5 Nimzo, objectively speaking, it's extremely hard to find anything against it. Would you agree?
Very much so. I think that this has caused quite some troubles. I think at some point when Garry Kasparov was helping Magnus Carlsen preparing and training, Kramnik was playing this system as black against Carlsen, and Carlsen didn't get any advantage at all. Actually, the contrary. I think Kramnik got a promising position a couple of times. So this is going to be interesting to see. Does Andreikin have something up his sleeve, or maybe he's just happy to get a sort of easy start and maybe the game will be a draw?
That's true. It's also interesting how the players, how do they see this first game? Will they see it as a sort of, just a chance to get into shape and, will they be very careful not to lose, or will they actually start fighting extremely hard from the very first game?
I think in some sense it could be quite a defining game for Kramnik in the sense that if he wins it, he's off to an excellent start. Kramnik's problem in these kind of tournaments is normally that he might not win enough games. He's going to be very well prepared and he's definitely going to win a couple of games with white where he has a tendency to get very good positions. But sometimes, let's say, if someone like Topalov in the World Championship in 2005 starts out with 6.5 of 7, Kramnik is simply not going to get to these kind of huge scores. But he might need to win a couple of games with black, and should he do that today, I think he's off to an excellent start and could be a very serious contender for first place.
That's
but
true.
Should he actually lose today against an uncomfortable opponent, I think it's going to be very tough for him.
That's true as well, yes.
But okay, you can say that goes for everybody. The first game, of course, is quite defining.
Yeah, but you can see that Andreikin is now thinking, which is a bit interesting as well. It definitely should have been the first thing he prepared against.
Yeah, I don't think Andreikin in any way is out of his preparation. I think
No,
he
no.
was just no. I mean, actually, well, Kramnik has had this position a couple of times before as black. I think even he had it against Vichy Anand
yes.
some years ago when I was the trainer and second of Vichy Anand. Vichy played this with the white pieces against Kramnik in Weigensee and almost got into trouble, but managed to make a draw. And well, Kramnik is just repeating his sort of opening, which he really believes in, and it's interesting to see what Andreikin is going to do against that.
But what do you generally expect of the candidates opening-wise? Would you say that London was very revealing in the opening sense, or is it more that the weight of the play is taken more often these days to the middle of the game instead of people looking for some smashing novelties?
Well, I think it very much varies between which players we're talking about. Well, the candidates was won by Magnus Carlsen, and he's very much about playing chess and not so much about openings. I mean, maybe there was a good idea here and there from Carlsen, but nothing that sort of really springs to mind. And if anyone, I should remember it.
Yes. You were the one helping him.
I was the one helping him. But on the other hand, for instance, in the last candidates, Kramnik impressed a lot with a lot of good ideas with white in the opening. And I think Kramnik needs this kind of things to sort of put pressure. Well, Bishop A6, as played by Kramnik right now, it's definitely the main move. But it's worth noting that against Anand in the game we mentioned, I think he played the move Bishop B7. And well, when I said that Kramnik, he doesn't rely so much on surprises. I mean, it should be taken in the sense that, well, he will play opening systems he really believes in. But of course, he will have some surprises, but normally quite deep in the system, not on move 3 or something like this. I think Kramnik really trusts the system as black. But of course, he will vary a bit within the variations here.
But generally, you would expect that since Kramnik took quite a timeout after, last year, in the beginning, in the end of the last year, he must have prepared some interesting things.
I think it's difficult to predict who will win this tournament, but to predict that Kramnik will be very well prepared and most likely the best prepared, that's not very difficult.
No, that's true.
I mean, Kramnik, yes, of course, he's going to show some interesting stuff, mainly with white. I think his strategy of recently has been that he plays openings he really trusts with black, and then he puts most of his, let's say, creative efforts in the opening on finding new ideas with white. Mm-hmm. And basically everybody in the world has difficulty finding new ideas with white, but Kramnik seems to be able to it. I think in the last candidate he was actually better in all 7 games by white, which is more or less impossible.
This is very amazing, really.
No, he is. He's really a giant, especially in the opening phase, and it's always very interesting for us to sort of who's professionally involved in chess openings to see how Kramnik is.
Actually, I just consulted the database and I can see that this exact position Kramnik played against Nakamura last year in November in the World Teams Championship. This was the line, and that game Kramnik lost. Mm-hmm. But you could say that probably Nakamura is a somewhat difficult opponent for Kramnik as of late.
Very much so. I mean, Nakamura, he's maybe, he doesn't rely so much on the opening, but he sort of tries to wear Kramnik down. And, I think the game you just mentioned, I think, there was nothing especially wrong with Kramnik's position, but even so, Nakamura kept putting pressure, and he had some small idea in the opening, and maybe Kramnik didn't react perfectly, and Nakamura sort of grinded him down, over a long game, and maybe Andreikin is hoping for something similar. But let's see. It's sort of we will know soon what he chooses if he goes. Mm-hmm. This is a somewhat defining moment because he could play Queen A4, he could play Queen C3 as Nakamura did. It's actually Queen C3 where Nakamura was, I think, slightly surprising. I think Queen A4.
Queen A4. He played.
Okay, he played the move Queen A4.
That's right. Yeah.
I think now Black is supposed to react with, after Queen A4, C5 is quite a main move, and I think also the move H6 exists. So let's see what.
But this is very much the main line. So far, we haven't seen any big surprises here at all. It's also a very early stage.
Mm-hmm. I think C5 would be normal. Maybe takes Rook D1, is aligned there.
Or rook c1 as
Yeah,
well has been
both
played.
sort of exists. And well, normally white is slightly better, but normally the games are quite easily drawn from black's perspective. But also Kramnik is not really the kind of player who will take a slightly worse position and suffer for quite a while. He would normally have prepared it very well. So I would actually be surprised if Kramnik sort of doesn't try to equalize in a very sort of, I would say, almost clinical way than just having to play a slightly worse ending for a long time.
Although he's of course also extremely good at defending.
Quite so. Well, I mean, Kramnik is just extremely good generally, but still, I don't think he likes to be slightly worse for a long time. I think actually he wants to have a very concrete decision. But well, now it's a bit okay. Queen d7 came.
Queen d7 is unusual, right?
It's not the main move. It has been played.
It has been played by Kramnik himself, so that's probably also no surprise.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after the move c5 takes. Black's pawn structure is a bit broken, so now Kramnik tries to play it a bit more cleanly. Well, white do have the pair of bishops here, and you can say that he has a bit more influence in the center. But well, normally, well, black would break with c5 at some point, and he should be almost equal. And also, well, the bishop on a6 means that white can't really play e3 because he will take on f1. But if he plays, let's say, g3 and bishop g2, there could be some problems with the
probably with time as well. Yes, it takes some time.
Okay, now he played queen c2, and I would guess a move like queen c6 would be very logical from Kramnik's perspective. Yeah. Well, it is maybe slightly better for white, but again, it's very much Kramnik's style to have prepared this to an extent where he knows exactly how to solve black's problems. So, I mean, well, it's way too early to start saying this game is going to be a draw. But I mean, well,
you would put your money on that.
I would put my money on that if I were a betting man, and sort of well, I think Kramnik is probably going to show some kind of finesse. I mean, this is the kind of stuff Kramnik is extremely good at.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe now we should try and go to one of the other games. Maybe Anand against Aronian could be a place to go to.
This is the
former world champion against the favorite in the tournament. So let's try and switch to the game. Anand against Aronian.
Quite some things have happened here already.
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning here. Well, Anand started the game with 1 e4. Well, 1 e4 has basically been Anand's favorite move for more or less his whole career. But in the sort of recent World Championship matches, he actually played more d4.
That's right.
And well, normally for quite some specific reasons. For instance, against Kramnik, the Berlin and the Petrov was things he didn't really want to face. And well, we spent a lot of time preparing d4 as a surprise. But well, at some point, it's simply not a surprise anymore. And if you can actually go back to playing your favorite move as a surprise, that's pretty brilliant. So he started going quite e4 here
that's true.
Lately. Okay, Aronian plays e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and a6. Well, Aronian is basically very much playing two different kind of Spanish. He plays either a6 here when he goes for the Marshall, or he plays 3 knight f6 and the Berlin. And well, I think it's more or less a coin toss which ones he chooses. I'm sure he has his reasons, but for the rest of the world it looks like it's 50-50. But he went a6 here. Vishy plays bishop a4, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, rook e1, b5, bishop b3, castles. Well, castles sort of signals that should Vishy play c3 here, he's going to play d5, the Marshall gambit. And Aronian has been doing very well with that. I think at some point he said actually he's never lost a game in it, but he lost. He lost very recently in Zurich to Caruana. But apparently he has repaired that line and he's willing to sort of repeat. But Vishy played the move h3, the anti-Marshall. This basically sort of signals that Vishy wants to have a quiet game. He doesn't want to win a pawn immediately in the opening, but wants to play more slow positional chess. Well, actually, that's not what's going to happen. He's going to win a pawn in a few moves, but that's basically what he's trying to do with the move h3. And well, Vishy had this on numerous occasions with, well, varied results, but quite a lot of good ones here. This is generally Vishy's territory, and he plays it very well. But Aronian doesn't want a slow game. He plays bishop b7, d3, d5, and sacrifices the pawn anyway. Now Vishy takes it. No, he doesn't take it yet. He plays knight bd2, and here, I'm not sure if Aronian's move Queen D7, if actually that's maybe not new, but maybe not the main line
But
at least.
D5 is also quite an unusual way to play, wouldn't you say? Or is it
Well,
sort of normal for a martial guy?
Yeah, we're talking about in this position. Well, normally, Rook E8, for instance, Vichy has played, and he's won with black against Aronian. But, well, this is the kind of slow moves. Rook E8 or D6, for instance, would be very main line. But at some point, they started just playing D5 in the style of the martial and simply insisting on, well, you can take this pawn on E5. We don't really care much about that. So, okay, Queen D7, takes, Knight F6. I think it's hard with sort of a few words to say why does black have full compensation for the pawn here. Well, he has, well, you can say he's gotten rid of a pawn, which means that he has a lot of open lines. That sounds kind of strange, but, well, this bishop on B7. Let me see if I could draw an arrow. That's really not happening. Okay, the bishop on B7 is quite strong, and it's sort of pointing in the direction of G2. Oops. Pointing in this direction. And, well, I think next will be something like the rook to E8, bishop to D6, and very likely, well, black will have very easy development here. And, okay, let's see, Vichy played the rook to E1. Well, black's gambit here is, I would say, rather defensive in some way. Well, defensive. Okay, actually there's some action happening right now. I think Vichy is talking to the arbiter, and Aronian was smiling a bit. I don't know exactly what happened there.
No, it's not obvious from what we can see. What is the problem, if there is any?
Maybe, yeah, maybe some kind of noise, or I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
But that sort of, well, we were too busy with the position to notice what's actually happened off the board. But okay, this is it's a new tournament venue and such. They could have their specific
many
issues.
issues. Yeah.
What I was trying to say about this position is that, well, black has sacrificed simply a full pawn here, but his compensation is, I would say, rather positional and rather sort of drawish. He basically says that white can't really get his pieces out without allowing black activity, and actually black will happily exchange rooks in the E line, and he's maybe just going to try to take over the E line. And, well, there's a lot of games that's been drawn in sort of similar positions from here.
On the other hand, well, it's not like black even has two bishops, and not even that. I mean,
well, so do white, right?
Well, I'm saying that
exactly.
That,
no, but that's what I mean. It's a clear pawn.
There is no obvious thing that you could say that is sort of.
Well, there is some activity. You see
some development.
Well, he played rook A to E8 now, and
that's the most natural move.
Yeah, and he's just
going to
go bishop D6 or queen C6. Well, I think queen C6 he wouldn't do immediately because of knight F3. But should the knight go to F1? Maybe then he's going to put the queen on C6. And there is sort of uncomfortable compensation in a way. I mean, it's not like Vichy is in any kind of danger, but if he starts playing sort of overly ambitious, it can also be a bit tricky. And,
yes.
Well, Aronian has beaten Vichy in these kind of martial positions before with black. Not exactly like this, but still where, well, Aronian got some compensation and Vichy was trying to be ambitious, and at some point it was suddenly Aronian who was attacking. And, well, it's typical Aronian here. He's prepared some slightly unusual and moderately quirky idea, but also with a lot of chess content in it.
Yes, and well, it's also the kind of idea that the engine would automatically, well, you wouldn't look at it in the first place because, well, generally the engine will say that white is slightly better, obviously.
Yeah, but
that's
still,
just a given.
I mean, it's not a lot better, but a bit better. So the engine does have some sympathy for his black position, but of course it is a very clear pawn that white has here.
That's true.
But yeah, let's see. Well, it's also, this is an interesting encounter, and I think a very important encounter for both of them.
It's a very principled encounter
it's
for
actually,
both of them, yeah.
Well, for instance, if we go some years back to when Vichy became the world champion in 2007, actually there, Aronian was seen as one of his main rival in the world championship tournament. But in the second round, Vichy won a spectacular game with black against Aronian and sort of took off and played maybe the tournament of his life and became the world champion, which he was for quite some years there. And there, well, I think since then they've been quite principled opponents, but actually with a lot of successes for Aronian. I think Aronian managed to beat Vichy 4 times in a row with black, which is, well, basically sounds impossible. And, well, you will almost say that at some point he was a kind of Angstgegner, sort of very scary opponent for Vichy. Then recently, actually, well, a bit more than a year ago in Weigensee, Vichy won a fantastic game with black, and it sort of seemed to that the table has turned again. But then in Zurich a couple of months ago, Aronian beat Vichy. So he's a tough opponent for Vichy. Well, I think he's a tough opponent for
anyone.
Anyone, of course.
Right.
But
yes.
I mean, somehow. But well, let's see. But I think this is an important game for Anand. He hasn't been as successful as he used to be, and well, a good start could suddenly kick off things. While should Aronian once again manage to beat Vichy with black, I think it can be a very tough tournament for Vichy. Simply.
That's for sure. Yeah, it is an important. It's a principled game for both of them, definitely.
It's a bit of an uncomfortable spot for Vichy. You can also see he doesn't look very, very confident right now. Well, I mean, I think pretty sure he believes in his position and that he should be slightly better, if anything, here. But, well, Aronian has prepared this, and you can see in the clock that Vichy has spent some time, and probably he's been a bit surprised with Aronian's reaction. So,
but also, wouldn't you say that it's also a quite simple position to play for Vichy? I mean, he should be, well, he's supposed to be good in positions like that.
Well, I understand, but it's reasonably simple, but not more than that. I mean, well, for a start, where should you put your knight? Should you go to f1 or f3? You somehow. Well, you have to continue developing. Maybe you will toss in the move a4.
There is even a knight e4 option, but that's probably, well, that must be sort of running out into some kind of...
take on e4 and d1 and
exactly.
on e4 again.
And it's just very drawish immediately.
Yeah. Well,
actually,
again, I wouldn't think that sort of a draw is a overly bad result for Vichy, but still, it would be nice to put...
some pressure.
Yeah. Well, I would say knight f1 and knight f3. I mean, knight f3 looks very logical. It develops the knight, opens for the bishop, and also it to a certain extent blocks the bishop on b7.
Let's say after knight f3, maybe we should show it.
Yeah.
After knight f3, let's say black plays...
Well, he just played knight f3.
Yeah, but let's say black plays something like bishop d6, maybe.
Bishop d6 looks logical.
Looks extremely logical.
I don't know if something like queen f5 would exist, but let's say bishop d6. Well, I would actually expect Aronian to reply very shortly. I mean, yeah. Also, the screen you are seeing, that the top board is well, that's the exact position we have on the board live. The bottom board is us doing analysis. So, I mean, the top board has the position after knight f3, and we added the move bishop d6. I think bishop d6 is a very logical move. It sort of, it opens for the rook in the e line, and, well, the compensation is sort of partly based on two strong bishops, to a certain extent, well, attacking the king side, I would say. But, again, it is sort of, well, it is rather positional, and I think maybe a move like bishop g5
or bishop e3 even.
Bishop e3, yeah, maybe then something like queen f5. Let's say something like this. But, well, for a start, it's not clear at all that bishop takes f3 is a threat. I think white would happily take back the queen and get an ending.
Yeah.
But, well, maybe black wants to something like double in the e line and get a bit of activity like that. Well, generally, it's not very easy for white to sort of make progress here, and black has quite easy play. So it's going to be interesting here, but it's actually a bit of surprise to me that Aronian...
Well, he just played bishop d6.
Okay, he did play bishop d6. Well, that one we got right then. Well, it's a bit interesting. What is Vichy going to do in this position? Well, this is the kind of tricky spot you get in at some point. You have been slightly out-prepared by the opponent. Are we going to go for safety? Or are we going to go for sort of maximizing our chances of winning the game? And, well, let's see. I mean, a move like bishop g5 could be quite logical. But then maybe queen f5 will follow with some kind of tempo.
It's true that queen f5 is a nice resource for black.
Well, you're just going to stand them. Maybe even at some point you might play the move c5 to, I don't know, by some magic have c4 at some point.
Yes.
I mean, there is, I think, definite compensation here. And, well, I would think that, well, it's been a moderate success for Aronian in the opening, but he's definitely not better. But I think if Vichy really wants to push here, he's going to take certain risks. And, well, let's see. No, you can also see the pictures. Aronian looks quite happy here. I think he's...
yeah, that's true.
He's most likely he's brought his homemade tea. I think I remember that for the candidates tournament in London last year. I think he was bringing his own tea. So, yeah, let's see. Okay, maybe... Let's move on. Yeah, I think Vichy is going to have a think here. So let's try to have a look at the other games. Maybe to go for the game Karjakin against Svidler. Okay, Sega Karjakin is white against Peter Svidler, both from Russia. Okay, let's quickly run through the opening moves. Actually, we have seen them before because
yes, we assumed this was Andreikin Kramnik.
It sounded a bit unlikely, and probably we should even have called that. That's simply not gonna be the case.
That can't be true.
No. But Svidler has played here we call it Taimanov or Paulsen system in the Sicilian bishop and now bishop e3 a6, queen d2 knight f6 and f4 here. That's a very aggressive move. At some point in these positions, they would mainly play the move f3. But Karjakin has played f4, which is even more ambitious. And, Svidler followed up with b5, and after e5, knight g4, bishop g1. Well, I think here we have a very interesting position already. I mean, things has very much happened. I mean, white has gone forward in the center, and, black's knight had to leap out to g4, and after bishop g1, Karjakin is sort of threatening to push it back with, let's say, h3 and g4, or maybe he just want to go bishop e2. He's definitely going to castle long, it's a very interesting position, and sort of by first sight, it looks quite interesting for white, I would say. Actually, yeah, unfortunately, we have the wrong board at the top. Somehow, I think the official board has mixed up the Kramnik and the Karjakin game.
It seems so, yes.
Okay. Well, the lower board is the one that's actually happening in the game, as you can also see in the screen right now here.
But actually, isn't it Svidler Karjakin and not Karjakin Svidler?
Are you sure?
Well, some other sites have it like that.
Okay, that's...
we will soon see the board, so we will make sure not to give you wrong information, because there seems to be some kind of mix-up with boards.
Yeah, this happens now and
this
then.
happens on the first round. I think this is quite quite normal.
So, actually, yeah. Also, actually, as we have the top board, is actually they're showing us Andreikin against Kramnik. Let's switch to that instead.
Yes.
Here, okay. Here we see one of the arbiters, Hal Bondov from Canada. Okay. Andreikin Kramnik we left in this position after Queen d7 here on the lower board. The move was Queen c2, and now Kramnik played c5. They took, and now Rook c8. Well, Rook c8 is, again, as I mentioned, this is very concrete from Kramnik's side. He doesn't want to, let's say, take back on c5 as well. Probably if white takes the pawn, it's very risky. But this will just be a weak, isolated pawn, and there might be activity for black. But Kramnik doesn't really like such. He wants much more clean solution. So he plays the move Rook c8 in order to win back the pawn and sort of not having weakened his pawn. That's very logical. But Andreikin took here, takes, Queen e4. Attacking the rook here, but also maybe wanting to give a check on g4. And Kramnik played the move Queen b5. And if I'm not completely wrong, this is not the first time this position has been seen. I'm pretty sure that, this has been played before. Maybe the next move b4 is a bit of a surprise. But, we're having quite an opening duel here.
Yes, and both players have used some time already, so, at least they are spending some time remembering their lines.
That is true, but I think also Kramnik is extremely well prepared, but, I mean, you can't, after all, expect him to sort of remember everything, and, had he played some specialist on this line, maybe you would have rehearsed it before the game, but Andreikin, for instance, last time beat him with the move 1e4, so, well, Kramnik had to prepare a lot of
he's
lot
played
of openings.
free knight f3 on the third. Yeah, well, instead of Nimzo the other time as well in 2013.
So let's see here.
They're following Mamedyarov Kramnik.
It's actually an earlier game, Mamedyarov Kramnik even here. And well, b4, b takes c5 was also played in that game. So actually, this is a game position Kramnik has played before. And well, right now Andreikin is thinking, but I would expect that this is something he has focused on quite a lot in his opening preparation for this tournament.
Well, that would be very logical to,
yeah, so it's
assume
interesting
that.
to see what is he actually gonna do here. Well, Andreikin has spent 20 minutes, but I would really think he's just settling in this tournament. We have to remember this is, I mean, for Kramnik, the candidates tournament is more or less, business as usual. He has played World Championship tournaments. He's played World Championship matches. He's tried everything. But for Andreikin, this is definitely the highlight of his career. Well, it's the first time he's on this really high level. So let's see.
Yes.
E3. I think that's the same move as
E3 is the move that was played in the previous game as well.
And well, I think that game was a rather quick draw, if I remember right.
That's correct.
What happened? E3?
Queen b7, queen g4 check was played in that game.
And king to
f8. Well, very soon we will see if Andreikin has something up his sleeve.
But sort of by first look, I would almost say that this looks...
Or maybe... Yeah.
This looks quite pleasant for Kramnik. Somehow his king is going to be very safe on the e7 square, and he looks to be sort of quite ahead also in development. But Mamedyarov played a very interesting move in this position. He played the move b5.
Yes.
Bishop takes b5, rook b1. And this is actually winning a piece. So the game continued, I think, a6.
a4.
a4.
f5.
f5.
Queen h4.
And now queen e4.
Yes.
And, well, I mean, well, we will not know, but it's very clear, I think, that this is something Kramnik has prepared quite deeply for the game against Mamedyarov, or just as part of his opening repertoire. Yes. And at that point, well, I think this line was a surprise for Mamedyarov, and it was him who actually had to work out how to manage a draw. But now, of course, it is quite different, and it's, well, sort of Andreikin had this target in his preparation. He knew that this is actually Kramnik's repertoire, and he's aimed specifically for this. So this is very interesting. Does he have some kind of a new idea up his sleeve? Or maybe he's just going to more or less repeat the game with Mamedyarov. Maybe he has a slight improvement, and in the end he'll be happy making a draw. Well, that we're going to see, but the stakes are pretty high here. And, well, I don't think Kramnik looks overly confident, and I can sort of understand him. It is not very pleasant that... well, you somehow becomes what you call a sitting duck, in the sense that you're just repeating your preparation, and well, you're sort of hoping it holds up. Well,
yeah. Well, this is what you just said, that Kramnik normally goes for the same very solid openings, but at least he has some small refinements here and there. And here he actually follows a very sharp line, which you could generally assume that there could be some kind of improvement along the way if it was not Kramnik's preparation.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting.
Though rare that he's sort of out prepared. So I think, well, he's also the kind of guy who will say, "I trust my preparation."
Yeah, but you see that he doesn't... Well, we can see the picture that he doubts himself a bit, because normally when you extend your arm and you take it back a bit, well, it shows some sort of
maybe
uncertainty.
He's a very strong poker player, and he's
maybe
sort of
he's
bluffing. He's doing theater now, and then, he's going to have some very nice surprise up his sleeve. But
that could very well
kind of doubt it. But this is interesting. If Does Andreikin have a serious improvement putting pressure on Kramnik's position, or he's just going to repeat?
Or else it could just be an extremely quick draw by repetition.
Yeah, I would somehow doubt that. Andreikin would just settle for a draw. It's actually, well, despite Kramnik being one of the pre-tournament favorites, and I'm sure Andreikin has a lot of respect for him, it's actually a player he has beaten a couple of times recently.
Yes, he's beaten 3 times recently.
I think, well, of course, it would be nice for Andreikin to settle in, but on the other hand... well, it's also a way to show some signal that, well, I'm actually not here just to learn. I'm here to win.
That's
this is that's gonna be very interesting.
Well, Andreikin is actually seen as very much as an underdog, right? In live ratings, he's something like number 42, as opposed to, well, all the other players who are around top 10 or in top 10.
Well, I mean, he will probably not be seen as absolute world elite.
No, not yet at least.
I'm not sure how justified that is. I think if you take, for instance, Town Memorial of last summer, I think he did quite well, while, for instance, Kramnik ended on -2.
That's true.
I mean,
well, you could argue that he so far his career went in such a way that he didn't have a lot of chances to play in these kind of tournaments.
Well, he's also born in 1990, and
exactly.
Well, despite being number 42 in the world, if you're from 1990, well, that's a tough year to be from, because they have, well, first of all, they have the world champion Magnus Carlsen, as well as Sergei Karjakin. So,
and also they have Nepomniachtchi. They have plenty of extremely strong players.
Yeah. I mean,
it's tough luck, yes.
Yeah. So well, maybe also it's a good school in the sense that if you are in a, let's say, quite weaker year, things will be too easy for you. So
that's
mean, maybe he will, they will put enough pressure on him to do very well. But
also Andreikin is, well, you cannot help sort of hoping for him, because, well, he is well known for being the kind of player who is completely sort of self-trained. They say that he's basically never worked with anyone seriously, and that he's just done things on his own. And that, of course, makes you respect him even more for his, well, especially for his recent achievements. Mm. And I think in a recent interview he mentioned that maybe for the first time in his life he will actually he will have a team, he will have someone who will help him to prepare for this candidate. It's
interesting to see if that will help him or actually throw him a bit off balance in some sense. Did they mention?
No, actually he's, also Andreikin is the most mysterious player, because, very little is known of him actually. and
okay, here comes a move.
What is this?
B5.
Okay, so he's following.
They are following this one. I mean.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Well, B5 is extremely forcing, and I mean, Kramnik has to sort of do exactly as he did against Mamedyarov, and well.
But it's not like White doesn't have any alternatives.
No, it's going to be very interesting to see. Has he prepared some kind of interesting idea here? I mean, Kramnik cannot be feeling comfortable here. I mean,
no, it's not very pleasant to be in his shoes right now.
And I think it's a good example of, this was excellent preparation by Kramnik the first time he played it, because then it was him sort of coming up with the surprises. But now, when you repeat something like this, it's suddenly very, very different in the sense that it's you who becomes the one
target.
The target. Okay, Kramnik has taken back on B5.
Well, he doesn't have a choice. I mean,
sure.
That's pretty easy right now.
But still, I mean, Kramnik is the kind of guy who will not miss, something important in his preparations.
No.
At least if it's such a sharp position. So, it's going to be interesting. But they are, Rook B1 has come. He's going to play
A6.
Well, he has played A6.
Well, now the interesting thing is that actually, apart from A4, the computer is also suggesting Queen H4.
Yeah, there could be various moves here.
But he just played A4. So far they are still following on the move 20. They are still following a Mamedyarov Kramnik game from last year.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. Well,
no, of course, I don't think anyone will sort of blame Andreikin if he makes a quick draw in the first round of this tournament. I mean, we're talking about a double round.
I think. I mean, sort of. Well, I'm sure that someone will blame him, but I think they would be wrong.
Not justifiably. So yes.
Yeah. So I mean, that would be maybe you're right that he's now working with some experienced people, and they told him, okay, you're new to this game, and of course it would be nice to win, but why not settle in here? And Kramnik is a mighty opponent.
Yeah.
You can work for weeks trying to find a good idea against Kramnik, and you might not manage. Why not spend it on something that you might actually succeed with?
Yes. Well, it's true. I mean, if he manages to make draws against the most sort of solid and scary players. He actually played Queen F4.
Here comes Queen F4.
That is a novelty.
So, no, he's not going to just settle for an easy draw.
he might, because after queen e4, queen h6 still comes.
That of course.
That could just be a move with, well, sort of transposition.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, this is technically speaking a novelty, but if the idea is after queen e4 to give a check on h6, well,
yes, then
not
it's
exactly.
not quite a novelty.
So we expect that now Kramnik should play the move queen to e4 here. Well, it gets out of the pin in the b line, and it's wins and
attacks the rook on b1.
Exactly like this, and like this wins a tempo, which means that he's not losing a piece. Well, that is what Kramnik's gonna play.
He doesn't have a choice.
He simply doesn't have a choice.
No, this is the only move.
So, well, let's see if Andreikin actually do have a serious novelty.
But to be honest, the only decent alternative seems to be taking on e4.
Yeah, well, that he could do from the square h4.
h4, so queen
what
f4.
I'm trying to find is that, I mean, is the check on d6 a relevant move here?
Yeah, that's true. That's a new option.
Yeah, I mean,
that queen
well,
f4
I'm just trying
check.
to say, what could the point be of actually putting the queen on f4? I don't know.
Well, it could just be,
But,
no, he just took on e4. That's the
okay.
That's the real novelty.
Yeah. So okay, he was just slightly, sort of quizzing Kramnik a bit. So what he took on e4, and now he takes on b5. Okay, Kramnik is going to take on f3. Is he going to play b6 here? Is that his idea?
Yes.
It is.
It is his idea.
b6. Well, that is threatening b7 would be very nice, but okay, that's definitely not going to happen.
But okay, this is the line that Kramnik had to prepare in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, when he played against Mamedyarov, he had to analyze it very
it
extensively.
Could be that. Yeah, most likely Kramnik is the kind of guy who will not say, I can draw this.
No,
he would
it
want
looks
to
very scary
check
as
it
well.
out very carefully. But he's actually having a serious thing right now. At least he has a very serious pose
yes,
in a way.
For sure.
Well, I just wanted for the fun of it to say that if you take on g2, well, for start you can take back, which is pretty good. But you can probably also play the move b7. It's even better. But I will guarantee that is not what Kramnik is thinking about right now. So, well, I would guess something like rook d8. What is the material situation? Well, right now, black has an extra pawn, but that's extremely temporary. He's gonna get it back. Andreikin is gonna get it back.
Yeah, but well, we see that Andreikin decided not to just follow the previous game, but he has something prepared, something of his own.
Yeah.
And
well, I think it's still too early to say if it's a serious idea that will put Kramnik under a lot of pressure, or if it's just that he's prepared a slight deviation that will pose one or two questions, and when Kramnik solves them, Andreikin has a safe draw.
But actually, well, even posing one or two questions against Kramnik is already a success in some way.
I mean, I mean, well, has he just repeated the game against Mamedyarov? I mean, well, there would have been some criticism, and you can say that would be a bit sort of chickenish in a way.
Yeah.
But doing it like this, at least, well, he gets Kramnik thinking, and who knows what's going to happen. And, well, it's not like I think it's overly trivial. I think that generally you couldn't really keep the pawn on b6. So, okay. Anyway, let's try and move on to the game
Mamedyarov Topalov. Maybe we should move on to, because this is also another game that is that one would expect there will be a lot of sort of sharp fighting, but now that we look at the position, it could be just
let's take it from the beginning here. Well, Mamedyarov plays d4, which is not too surprising in a way.
Yes, this has happened in the game.
But I think you're right. This is two players who, well, basically they go forward.
Both of them.
Yeah, and well, one would expect a clash, but well, they do it maybe slightly differently. I mean, Topalov is quite based on sharp openings, while Mamedyarov, he just wants to play. Well, okay, now I've seen a few moves ahead, so that's why I see this is the Slav, which is one of Topalov's openings. Well, he actually plays even sharper stuff than this.
But he plays also Grunfeld, he plays King's Indian, Topalov plays...
against, for instance, Anand in the World Championship match, and as well as against Kramnik, he played knight f6 followed by e6, so he can also play sort of more classical chess.
For sure.
Okay, knight f3, knight f6, and now Mamedyarov plays, well, knight bd2. It has been played, well, somewhat on top level recently, but still, I mean, e3 or knight c3 or even c takes d5 is considered
Knight
much
d2 is not the mainstream move.
not at all. But this is typical Mamedyarov. He actually is happy with just getting a chess position to play. And well, I think he wants to maybe lure Topalov into something that's slightly passive, and but that's not easily done against Topalov. So e3, bishop g7, bishop d3.
That's a schlechter position.
Yes, but the knight is on d2, not on c3 in some sense.
Yes, of course.
Well, generally, actually, there could be advantages to having it on d2, but there is also this definite disadvantage that now, well, you have less influence on the center, and Topalov tries to exploit this immediately in a typical aggressive style. He plays c5.
That's true. Yeah, c5 is a very concrete move, of course.
I mean, the other games, for instance, like Kramnik and Andreikin, I think could be quite a theoretical debate. This position, I'm not even sure has ever been played before. This is, well, to a certain extent, I guess the players are kind of freestyling here. Well, you can see that maybe not fully, they have only spent like 20 and 25 minutes each, but even so.
Well, it's also a logical way to play. Because knight bd2, as you say, it's not a very sort of major move. And, well, it gives black some kind of freedom to...
It's clear that, well, you can argue black has played c6 and then next c5. But, well, white has played e3 without having developed his bishop to f4, g5, and he's put the knight on d2. So in that sense, it is pretty logical, I would say. No, I think, well, we did a search in the database. As far as we can see, there is no games already from this position. So this is, well, it's a quite creative battle.
A very creative approach.
Yeah. Well, he played c5, and well, I think if you just ignore c5, let's say castles here, well, black is just going to have a pretty comfortable setup. So, I mean, Mamedyarov is not the one shying away for a fight. So he takes the pawn, knight a6, it attacks the pawn on c5. Mamedyarov, well, sticks to it. So takes, knight e4. Well, this is threatening on f2. Let's see. This is threatening on f2 and on c5. So, well, actually it wins the pawn back. And, well, he just played the move king e2. And I think he is just taking back on c5. Well, most likely, I would say, well, you're going to take on c5 here, all right? Let's say they're going to...
The knight on b3 is
I would say that you would want to get rid of a set of knights. But, I mean, does white have...
anything at all?
I mean, even a hint of advantage in this position? I mean, I to be honest, I would almost rather be black here. I mean, the bishop on g7 is nice.
It's very strong.
What is there in white's position here?
It's true. The problem is that white cannot easily develop the bishop from c1. For instance, you cannot go rook b1 because there will be bishop f5.
Then you got to go back at least.
Yes, exactly. Well, you can, but it's not what you want to do.
No.
It's not a comfortable position. Well, I mean, it's probably very equal still, but
I'm sure
it's not what you hope for with white.
Still, I mean, I can't imagine that Mamedyarov is very happy with this in some sense.
Well, most likely he will keep balance. But it's true that bishop c1 is a bit of a problem, and neither e3, e4 nor b2,
but let's
b3
say
will...
if we go back to the actual game position, is that a clever move here he can play in some sense? Well, I'm thinking something like, let's say, knight f2, d4, with the idea of pushing f3 next. Would something like that make sense? But, well, I mean, sorry, like f d4. Maybe you can take on b3, and if he takes back with a knight, then you go knight d6. No, he took on c5.
He took on c5, yes.
And Topalov took back. And let's say, okay, sorry. Our screen is not updating as quickly as the players are making the moves. I mean, well, I'm sure that there must be solid options for white here, but even so, I mean, if anything, I would say black is moderately pleasant here, and
yes.
Well, that's a great start for Topalov. Well, I mean, of course, it would be much greater winning the game, but just saying that, let's say here after 45 or 50 minutes of play, he's gotten a easy equality with black, and if anything, he's slightly better. And I think knowing Topalov, he's gonna push, and he's gonna push as much as he can in this game.
Well, yes, of course, he's not going to be just content with comfortably equalizing.
Not at all, but I think he's just a guy who keeps playing on. But Mamedyarov is also a kind of player who can win even a slightly worse position or something like this. Well, I don't know if there's a move like bishop b5 check, maybe that. Well, like this, you can sort of.
Actually, bishop b5 check could be interesting from the white's perspective, because then at least you will swap bishops, and then bishop f5 is not there anymore as a threat.
But even if you exchange on, let's say, bishop, well, we're talking about, let's say, bishop b5, something like this, takes. Well, if rook b1, for instance.
Well, you can play bishop d2 here, actually.
Maybe even rook c8, something like this.
Maybe bishop d2 instead of rook b1.
Something like this, but.
Well, that is very equal.
Maybe you're right, let's say castles, and now something like rook a c1, and whenever you take on b2, we always have rook b1, well, or rook c7.
Yes.
No, I think
bishop b5 is
probably bishop
interesting,
b5
yes.
is a decent move here,
Yes.
but, well, I cannot imagine black has any kind of trouble here, so I would still say that Topalov has
it's not like he can play king f8 either, so probably king f8 he's not going to play, right?
Should we leave this and then have a look at the last game, Karjakin against Svidler?
Yes, let's have a look at Karjakin Svidler, just at what's happening there.
Yeah,
right now.
This is this Paulsen-Taimana we talked about here. And, well, I think we briefly discussed this position after bishop g1. And, well, now, okay, actually we can see on our screen that Mamedyarov played bishop b5 check, as we said. So I think he's gonna do that. But let's, well, have a look at this sort of quite exciting positions. Karjakin against Svidler. Bishop g1, bishop b7, long castle. Well, this is a real Sicilian fight here. There's, well, I was about to say castling to opposite sides, but actually Svidler's king is just standing in the middle here. Well, if anything, I would say this is the game with that most likely will lead to a result. I mean, the other three games still has a decently, I would say, drawish tendency, while this one, okay, this one is pretty wild.
It's true, it has potential of being very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, well, Karjakin is a very ambitious player, and he's very well prepared, and I think, well, for this tournament, he even sort of brought in a completely new second, the former world champion, Rustam Kasimjanov of Uzbekistan, who is also, well, he's worked for many years with Viviciano and then sort of for 3 successful world championship matches. So he's a very experienced coach, and he sort of brought in to help Karjakin to be successful in this tournament. And, well, right so far, it seems to me that he's gotten quite an exciting position out of the opening. But Svidler, well, we had this position long castle, he took on d4, bishop d4, and played the move bishop e7. And
it's going to be opposite castling, most likely, after all.
Yes, very, very likely so. Well, I'm thinking about what's gonna happen next here on the next couple of moves. Is he gonna play the move bishop e2 or bishop d3 maybe? I think this should be the logical moves. Well, of course, Karjakin has a lot of space, but, well, the pawn on e5, of course, it is very powerful, but it has also, let's say, weakened some of the squares like, well, f4 and f5 and e4. And maybe, for instance, the knight will have to drop back to h6, but then it's also eyeing the f5
That's
square.
true. From the white's perspective, the sort of dream scenario would be to manage to play h3 and g4 with a knight on h6, but that's not happening simply. So
no, this is well, it's very ambitious play by Karjakin, and well, I think Karjakin he's not here to learn. He's here to qualify for a world championship match. I mean, well, you can argue that he's only 24 and such, but, well, his main rival for many years has actually been Magnus Carlsen. So I think, well, it would be a dream come true for him if he could challenge Magnus and maybe even beat him for the world championship title. So.
Yeah, well, probably soon we are going for a short break, and well, all the games players seem to be thinking right now, so it's a good time for a short break for us, and we'll be back soon in 5 minutes.
India is the birthland of chess, but until Vishwanathan Anand came along, the country couldn't brag about having any extraordinary players. According to Indian tradition, his name can be translated to Anand, the son of Vishwanathan. Confusion with the name started when he first came to Europe. Many thought that Vishwanathan was his first name and that Anand was his surname. Later, Vishwanathan was shortened to Vishy. He learned to play chess when he was 6, and by the time he was 14, Vishy was already champion of India. At 15, he was an international master, and at 17, a world junior champion. From a young age, Anand played with great strength and speed. Incredible intuition is the strongest part of his universal talent. At the beginning of the 90s, Vishy was among the best players in the world, and in 1995, he earned the right to play a world championship match with Garry Kasparov. Anand lost the match, but in 2000 was victorious at the FIDE World Championship held by a knockout system. It was his first championship title. In 2007, Vishy's dream finally came true. Anand won a 2-lap round-robin tournament in Mexico and became the new world champion. He defended his title in 2008 with a confident win over Vladimir Kramnik. Vishy Anand is the only chess player in the world who has won world championships in 3 different formats. Veselin Topalov's attempt to wrest the title from the Indian Grandmaster in 2010 was unsuccessful, and 2 years later, the champion retained his crown in a hard struggle against Boris Gelfand. Anand held the title for 6 years until November 2013, when, in his native Chennai, he finally succumbed to the leader of modern chess, Magnus Carlsen. A player with universal skills and a stunning defender, Vishy Anand remains a serious threat to any opponent in any competition, in any format. Dmitry Andreikin was born in 1990, a vintage year for chess talent. His contemporaries were very strong. Magnus Carlsen, Sergei Karjakin, Ian Nepomniachtchi, Ildar Khairulin, Ivan Popov. Nevertheless, Dmitry excelled in this company of stars. More than that, he became one of the leaders of his generation. His junior career peaked when he became world under-20 champion in 2010. In 2012, Dmitry was virtually unbeatable. He was victorious in the higher league of the Russian Championship and later in the superfinal, where on a tiebreak he was ahead of Sergei Karjakin and Peter Svidler. In the same year, he won the match of the champions against Ian Nepomniachtchi and took several first places in rapid events. Throughout the summer of 2013, Andreikin tested himself in super tournaments. He progressed through the Tal Memorial with flying colors, was the best among the Russians, and shared third place. However, in Dortmund he could not avoid zeros. Nevertheless, Andreikin was gearing up for the most significant success of his career, qualification for the World Cup final. In Tromsø, in Norway, Dmitry knocked out Dreyev, Karjakin, Svidler, and Tomaszewski, although Kramnik got the upper hand on him in the ultimate match. Quick, precise calculation of complicated plays, sober evaluation, competent tournament strategy, and psychological stability are qualities that will help Andreikin aspire to the highest achievements. Levin Aronian started to play chess when he was 9, and already by the age of 12, he was a world junior champion. He achieved numerous victories in junior tournaments, and the most significant was success at the Goa 2002 tournament, when Levon became world under-20 champion. By this time, his family had moved from Armenia to Germany, and to this day, Aronian shares his time between these two countries. The title of Chess Prince gave the Grandmaster confidence in his career and convinced him in the choice of his profession. By the mid-2000s, Aronian had begun harvesting his first big successes in the international arena. The first phase of this part of his career culminated with a win at the World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk in 2005. The Armenian Grandmaster then earned the opportunity to take part in the candidate cycle. He was soon among the chess elite. His track record boasts first places in the strongest tournaments of our time: Week Anze, Linares, the Tal Memorial, and Bilbao. In 2009, Levin presaged his greatness by winning the FIDE Grand Prix series. Aronian is a great team player. For many years, he has led the Armenian national team and has presided over 3 team victories at chess Olympiads and once at the World Team Championships. Aronian is a past master of the rapid game and has scored repeated victories in Monaco and Mainz. As of the 1st of March 2014, Aronian's rating climbed to a personal record of 2,830. For many years, this Grandmaster has held the number 2 spot in the world rankings, and world champion Magnus Carlsen names Levin his biggest threat. Like many other chess stars, Sergei Karjakin was born in the bountiful 1990s. When he was 5, his father showed him how the pieces move. 2 months later, Karjakin visited the chess club of the Pioneers' Palace in his native Simferopol. Sergei's talent became evident early on, and to develop his extraordinary talent, he moved to Kramatorsk to study at a famous chess school known for nurturing stars. In 2002, Ruslan Ponomarev included Karjakin in his team when preparing for the FIDE World Championship final match with Ivanchuk. This invaluable experience helped Karjakin become the youngest Grandmaster in the world. He earned this lofty title at the tender age of 12. He was a typical wunderkind. Chess ruled his life from an early age, and he dedicated everything to his main goal of becoming world champion. In 2009, the young chess player changed his citizenship from Ukrainian to Russian. He firmly established himself in the Russian national team, and since 2011 has confidently stayed in the world's top 10. Sergei regularly wins super tournaments. His biggest success so far was in May 2013 in Stavanger, where he headed the likes of Carlsen, Aronian, and Anand. Karjakin is not only strong in classical chess, he is also in his element in rapid chess. He was rapid world champion in 2012 and won the World Cup in this discipline in 2010. Karjakin's hallmark is all-round strength. He is equally good in calm positional games as in wild tactical flights. The leading Bulgarian Grandmaster was born on the 15th of March 1975 in Rus. Veselin learned to play chess at the age of 8 and very quickly proved to be one of the most promising players of his generation. In 1989 he became under-14 world champion and runner-up in the 1990 under-16 World Championships. In 1992, Topalov gained his Grandmaster title and entered the chess world's elite. From the mid-90s, this ultra-talented Bulgarian won tournament after tournament and soon became a candidate for the champion's title. In 2005, Topalov proved his strength and superiority by winning the FIDE World Championship in San Luis. In 2006, in Elista, Topalov lost a controversial rematch with Kramnik on a tiebreak and so lost the crown. After a small loss of form following the match, Topalov had regained the number 1 spot in the ratings by the end of 2008. In 2009, he won a candidates match against Kamsky and earned the right to face world champion Anand. The match for the title was held in 2010 in Sofia. Although Topalov lost to Anand, it was very close, and it went down to the last game to decide the outcome. In the candidates match of 2012, Topalov was defeated by Kamsky, but he did not give up on his championship ambitions. Having won tournaments in London and Zug, the Bulgarian was the overall winner of the 2012-2013 FIDE Grand Prix Series and is again one of the main candidates for the title match. Topalov is known for his robust, uncompromising style. He plays every game to win, and the combination of a sharp tactical eye coupled with fine positional skills lets him create chess masterpieces of exceptional vigor and beauty.
We're back and we're following Karjakin Svidler.
Yeah, we are sort of continuing where we left off in Karjakin Svidler. Well, this is quite a sharp Sicilian battle, and well, sort of I would say from the pure chess content, maybe the most exciting game of the round so far here. Okay, now actually, well, in the pictures, we have the playing hall. You can see some of the players are actually walking around, and some of them thinking quite hard.
Yes.
This is quite typical in this phase of the game, right?
Very much so. Well, you can say that the players are out of their preparation by now, which is quite normal, right? Because we are somewhere. Well, we have crossed move number 10 in all of the games.
Also we crossed the first hour, and there
Yes.
normally some of them will play quite quickly, some of the opening moves, but then they are very often going into long things because they will be out of the preparation, and they will be surprised one way or the other, and then they're gonna have some very hard things. So I think the next hour, the next 2 hours, we should expect rather slow development of events, and then sort of things most likely are gonna lighten up again in the fourth hour.
That's also the very interesting stage, because that's when the players actually start playing themselves. They are not using any more of, they're using some of their preparation, but generally they are making their moves at the board, not the things they have prepared at home, and that's the interesting part.
Okay, now we can see Svidler is coming back to the board, so most likely he's facing a move from Karjakin, and I can't see which move it is. I think it's bishop d3 he's played. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
He's played the move bishop to d3 here. Well, very much expected. It's a normal developing move, and another move would putting the king on b1, but it's very likely he will do that later. But even so, it's a bit more aggressive. I think. I think ideally maybe he wanted to play moves like, let's say, h3, and when the knight goes back to h6, then follow up by g4, or maybe queen e2, or something like this. Well, he's gonna play for the attack in this position. It's gonna be interesting to see how is Svidler actually gonna respond to this.
But would you say who of these players is surprised in this game? I mean, who? It's a bit hard to say.
I would say
right?
both, or nobody. But if we go over it a bit slowly here, knight f3, e6, d4 takes, knight c6. I mean, Svidler has played this kind of classical Sicilian before. Well, normally I think he would actually play the move a6. This has been playing quite a lot. I would say the move queen c7 is sort of a surprise here, but of course it's
Queen
a very...
c7 is the main move.
It is the main move, but I don't think it's the main move by Svidler generally. Well, I think for a start, it's a surprise Svidler plays the Sicilian. I mean, he would play the Marshall, for instance, and be very solid there. And, that he plays the Sicilian in the first game with black against Karjakin, that shows quite some courage in the way that he's not relying just on his most solid opening, the Marshall, and, he's actually provoking a fight. And, maybe Svidler is thinking that, this is actually my shot at the World Championship match, but I need to sort of make things a bit unstable. I mean, if I just play solidly and make some draws, that might not be enough. So maybe he's actually saying, sure, let's gamble. I mean,
that's true. And also having in mind that he actually did extremely well last year in candidates, but still he was not close enough to fighting for the first.
No, I think, someone like Svidler, he's one of the, maybe everybody has an outsider's chance in this tournament, but, with a bit of luck, he can get up there and fight for it. But probably he needs a bit of luck, but, you need to provoke that in some sense. And if you play very sort of sterile and solid, you might not get that kind of luck. But, I think he's provoking a fight. But, of course, it also means that it could very easily backfire and he could get off to a very bad start. But, I like it, and I'm sure the spectators like it. So I think it's a great choice by Svidler.
It is. So we should remind our spectators that you can follow us and comment and send your questions to #candidates2014 on Twitter. Your questions or comments are very, very welcome.
Yes, it will be, we're talking a lot here, but of course it will be very nice to have some...
To have some feedback, yes, for sure.
some questions. So feel very free to ask any kind of questions, and we will try and
do our best to answer. Yes,
to answer them. So please get in touch like this. Okay. Anyway, let's just say a bit more here after bishop d3. Yeah. Svidler is thinking quite a lot here. The normal move would be, let's say, to castle in this position.
But actually, I would be afraid, to be honest. If you castle in this position, then h3 g4. I would consider sort of sacrificing an exchange.
That is very aggressive. This one is going to go, and he's going to take it back.
Of course, White is probably not going to do it.
You could be a genius, and it could be that something like...
I doubt.
f5, f6 is just
Yeah.
gonna completely, ruin black's position. But I would say, let's say, if he attacks back with something like f5, if that doesn't lose immediately to e takes f6, which actually could be very likely, then that would be possible. I still doubt that Karjakin will just give away the exchange so easily.
No, he should have very good reasons to do that. I mean, he should really trust that it's a good thing to do.
The reason should be that it's great, and it's very hard seeing him just giving away an exchange like this. But it is a very interesting concept indeed.
Well, it's also a very good point.
Maybe a move like d6 here is possible. Actually, I mean. It wouldn't be surprising if somehow black should have enough resources to fight back in this position. It's very aggressive, but you're also burning your bridges here.
For sure. But it's a good point that black's one of the main ideas of black in this position is to play f5 as well, either to bring the knight to f5 or to play f5. So when the bishops stand like this,
f6
or even f6, when the bishops stand like this, bishop d3, bishop d4, they're really, really sort of looking at the black's king in a very menacing way. f5 is a great resource, which suddenly kills all the, or at least really makes the white's chances of attack worse.
No, I think also we spoke about this pawn on e5. It definitely takes some space, and it's very nice having it there. But it also creates quite some counterplay for black, and sort of undermining it. Actually, Svidler played a very interesting move here.
Yes.
He played f5 immediately. Well, what I wanted to say about castling is that castling has the disadvantage of defining the position of the black king, and while like this, he's sort of postponing it. But I don't know, but should Karjakin take on f6 in this position? That would be my hunch.
Well, but of course, black has the advantage of not having castled yet, which means that, let's say if he swaps a couple of, let's say if he swaps dark squared bishops or whatever, he can sometimes just castle long and be quite safe there.
It could be, to be honest, but it could also be, let's say, after something like, I'm going to make a random move, king b1. And if something like this...
Yeah, but bishop b5 is dangerous.
So maybe you can take and play queen c4 or something like... But okay, now we got an update from like this, takes. And as far as I can see, you have to put the queen on c4, which could be quite good, or queen a5 could just be winning for white here. But, this is a bit of sort of, it's just trying to illustrate that long castle could have some doubts. But you wanted to play a move like bishop c5 first.
Something like that first.
Yeah, that could be reasonable. Yeah. Well, actually here, maybe there is a slight trick like this. And if you take back, we're going to take this one with check, and next the bishop on b7. But, okay. Well, I think after king b1... he's probably going to do short castle, I would guess. Maybe a move like queen c6 with the idea of b4. And
so you don't think he did f5 because he was afraid to castle short because of h3, g4?
Well, we will never know. Maybe.
No.
And, I'm sure if we ask him afterwards, he will agree with you. But I don't know exactly. But, I think castling immediately, the computer might want to do that. But why define... the black king so early? I mean, it gives a clear target. Maybe you sacrifice an exchange to exploit it. Maybe you try to, attack in some other way. But I think f5 is a very human move in some sense.
That's true.
I was wondering why he doesn't take on f6, but I don't know. Maybe the computer is even saying something. But I somehow, here, let's say when you haven't taken, black's pawn on f5 is quite controlling some squares. But like this, I want to take, and...
But I think bishop takes f6, and, if we swap the black squared bishops here, suddenly the knight on g4 comes back to f6. It's not out of play anymore. And the king will feel safe on the queen's flank.
I was kind of hoping that we would get in f5 in some way. But you're saying if I take on f6 and play f5, maybe you can just play the move e5, and I'm actually... doing very well in ruining my position.
No, this is true. Yeah, this is already not very good for
So
white.
maybe in this position, let's say, a move like bishop e4 looked tempting, but then you take on d4 and f4 is hanging. So actually,
Well, this is actually bishop
Yeah.
e4 is dangerous because of b4. It's pretty
Yeah.
bad even.
So, well, this is an interesting position, and well, Karjakin has something to think about. And well, no, f5 is a decision I very much like. Well, most likely they're gonna, let's say, continue something like, say, h3. Knight has to go back to h6, and I don't know, maybe you should play a move like rook h to g1 and try to attack with g4. But, well, let's say we just make moves like this, g4. Well, actually, White's attack is not overwhelming at all in this position.
No,
I mean, well, g5, you're just going to move the knight, and if you take on f5, Black is going to take back on f5 with the knight. And, well, I don't know, some rook c8 could be a decent
b4
move.
potentially maybe.
At some point, yeah,
some point.
b4 on a5. Well, b4, maybe there is knight a4, but
Not right now.
maybe you play bishop c6 and something like this. I mean, well, in some sense, I quite like what Svidler is doing here, but I think it's a complex position with chances for both of them. So that's going to be very interesting.
And you can see that, well, Karjakin is using time now, and he also understands that it's an important position. It's a defining position in many ways, because now he has to show if there's anything at all for White.
Well, also, if we look at the top board, we can see there is this number, 0.14. This is the computer evaluation, which indicates that White is ahead with 0.14 of a point.
Some other engines might be even giving more advantage for White.
But it's still a very marginal number. And well, the position is quite equal, but it's asymmetrical. And it's going to be very exciting. I think we're going to see a fighting game here. And, well, something that, well, one of these players could be off to a good start, the other one to quite a bad start, and that's quite interesting.
Also, nerves will play, of course, a big role in this, because
very much so.
It's a bit hard to say. Svidler is much more experienced than Karjakin.
Well, for sure, he has. I think Svidler played the 2 World Championship tournaments in 2005 and 2007, as well as he played the last candidate. So, well, Svidler is used to being. Well, he hasn't been the world champion, but he's one of the candidates fighting it out, and he will know how to take his chances. And, well, maybe he hasn't been close to actually being the world champion or qualifying for a match, but he's always been up there. I think he had a third place, for instance, in St. Louis in 2005. So, I mean, I think he's doing it quite cool. He surprised him with the Sicilian, and they have a very interesting position. But
it's a good, well, we are getting this tweet from Müller, which says that Svidler always does so well in the Russian super finals, and it's a very good point. It's true. He really does well against his compatriots, even though Russia is one of the definitely the strongest countries, chess countries in the world.
Anyone for Svidler, it's great that there's so many Russians playing here, right?
Yes, for sure. That should be his.
Actually, that's a point we should mention. That, well, the first 3 rounds here, you'll actually see a small mini Russian tournament, because the rules is that players of the same country, they have to play each other as early as possible in the tournament, which means that, well, there's 4 Russians, so they will play each other in the first 3 rounds, and, well, that means that the 4 non-Russians will also play each other in like that sense. So the first 3 rounds is, well, let's say the rest and the Russians playing against each other, and then in the last 4 rounds it's actually going to be Russia against the world in some sense.
Yeah, there is is quite a difference between the first part of this first round and second round and the second part. So,
well, I think the reason for this rule is that, well, they simply want to avoid. Well, I don't think that they even imagine that there will be sort of internal deals among the compatriots. But it has always been a sort of theme historically, and they just want to avoid any kind of that discussion. That simply they should play each other as quickly as possible.
It's been a theme since Bobby Fischer's time.
I think from, let's say, the Curaçao tournament, that Fischer was sort of saying that the Soviets at the time, they were sort of, well, for instance, making quick draws against each other and such. And, well, they just want to have these encounters as quickly as possible. Of course, you can still fix them, but at least at that point, you don't know who is leading from your
also,
country.
I mean, it's a thing that you can argue against very easily, as well as Grishuk has pointed out in a very recent interview about this tournament that, well, this is a ridiculous rule because, you can just as well fix the games between players from different countries, because there are friendships across countries as well. So, it's just more of a tradition,
point, and
maybe.
Of course, also the chess world is rather small, and they all know each other and such. But I think, well, this is the official tournament, and well, there is nothing particularly wrong with having this
well,
thing.
it's not obvious that it hurts anyone at all that they play among each other
you can argue,
in the beginning.
Is it better to, well, if it's a disadvantage to play Kramnik in the early rounds, then it's it's bad for the Russians, but maybe it's better to play him later. I mean, you can always speculate, but I think it's a decent rule to have, and well, that's kind of the explanation.
Yeah, we have another tweet by Timothy Werby, who asks us if Peter is hoping to trade off his pieces in the current position.
Okay, let's have the current position here.
Well, some of them for sure.
Yeah. Well, I would say in principle, yes. But it's very hard to define which one in some sense. But actually, I think we have a result here.
Yes,
so
we're
going to jump to Andreikin against Kramnik, and we will be back with other games shortly. But let's jump here. It seems that... Has this position been agreed drawn, or is there some kind of repetition? Let's see.
It has been just
I think they have just agreed a draw.
They have just agreed a draw.
Well, okay, we got into this, well, b5. Well, actually, the novelty was taking on e4, takes here, and b6. We spoke about that. Well, this position, well, maybe it would be a bit unpleasant for Kramnik to play, but I think Kramnik is very far over such things. He has thought about this ending, and he has sort of decided that, well, with a bit of careful play, black is neutralizing easily. So he played the move rook d8, stopping the threat of b7, takes on f3, knight c6, f4, knight to b4. And now, well, I think what he wants to do is next he wants to go rook b8 and attack the pawn on b6. So actually, well, bishop g2 happened, rook b8, attacking the pawn, b7, knight d5, castles, rook d7. Well, everything here is happening extremely logically. I mean, well, Andreikin is trying to keep a strong b-pawn and put pressure, and Kramnik is doing everything he can to get it back. And now, well, Kramnik is just going to take the pawn on b7. There is nothing Andreikin can do against that. So he played the move rook fc1, attacking the pawn on c5. Well, he took on b7, and now, well, he doesn't even take on c5 immediately. Probably he doesn't want to allow the check, and the a point could be a bit annoying, so he took on d5 and he offered a draw. Well, he's going to take this pawn, and, well, I guess you can make the argument that Kramnik's pawns are weaker than Andreikin's. Well, if you sort of count very classically this concept of pawn islands, well, Kramnik actually has 4 isolated pawns here. But, well, I would assume that Kramnik's next move would be d4. And, well, if you sort of play e4, maybe he gives a check and plays d3. And, well, if you takes it, I would say something like rook b4 should secure the draw here. Maybe also in this position, that could be the move rook d7.
Well, rook d7 is even
d4.
more simple.
I'm sure that this position is actually just a draw. And, well, you can always want the players to fight harder and more, but I think this position is just gonna be a draw, and that's completely fine.
Yes.
Well, to sum up the game, I would say that, well, Andreikin was a bit cautious. He had prepared a slight novelty, but something that, after all, was not overly difficult for Kramnik to neutralize. And my hunch is that despite Andreikin has a pretty good score against Kramnik of recent, he thinks that, okay, I'm getting a draw with Kramnik in the first game. This is a pleasant start to the tournament. Yeah,
it's probably a decent start for both, as Andreikin gets some sort of security, and and Kramnik just makes a comfortable draw with black.
Well, it's Andreikin's first, extremely important tournament, sort of in that sense, and for Kramnik, well, it's an easy draw with black. So, okay, let's maybe should we go back to see Anand against Aronian?
That we can do. Yeah. Oh, there is some action happening there. Oh, sorry, we have a press conference now,
okay.
So we are switching to that.
Okay, see you.
See you.
Очень рада приветствовать кандидатский турнир уже начался, и вот уже первая партия была сыграна в ничью между Дмитрием Андрейкиным и Владимиром Крамником.
Hello, dear friends. Let us start the first press conference. We are very happy that the candidates tournament is underway, and we already have the first result of the tournament. The game between Vladimir Kramnik and Dmitry Andreikin ended in a draw.
Ну, до того, как перейти к анализу партии непосредственно, поделитесь, пожалуйста, своими впечатлениями о том, как проходила сегодня партия. Все-таки так давно никто из вас не играл в турнирах.
So before analyzing the game, can you please share your impressions on this game, because you haven't played in tournaments for a long time?
Тяжело играть в Крамнике в дебюте, а тем более, когда Владимир не играл 4 месяца, это совсем тяжело угадать, поэтому...
It is difficult to play with Kramnik in the opening, and since Vladimir was not playing for 4 months, it was especially difficult to know what he would play.
Ну, в ответ на d4 ожидать можно было практически все, что угодно.
After d4, I could expect almost everything.
Ну вот, конкретно на Немцовича был записан такой вариант, без риска.
Well, and on Nimzo, I was preparing this line, which has no risk.
Ну, в общем-то, он и получился.
And so it was a game.
Владимир, ваши комментарии?
Ну да, немного тяжело, конечно, играть. Я давно не играл, и как-то войти вообще в этот игровой ритм не так просто.
It is a little bit difficult to play because I haven't played for a long time, and it's not so easy to get into this playing rhythm.
Сколько ты не занимаешься, не готовишься, но все-таки, скажем, вот этот адреналин, который во время игры, то есть все-таки вот это игровое состояние, это немножко другое, и его надо почувствовать только за доской в официальном турнире. Никакие там тренировочные партии это не помогут.
You can train and prepare for a long time, but nevertheless, this adrenaline and thrill which you feel during the game, it's different, and you can feel it only during the official tournaments and preparation.
Удалось это сделать, благодаря, в принципе, партия прошла хорошо для меня с турнирной точки зрения. Может быть, она была не такая интересная для зрителей, но с турнирной точки зрения все, что я хотел, сегодня у меня получилось. То есть я немножко размялся, чуть-чуть, так сказать, мозги начали включаться, но и, в общем, сильно не устал, сделал ничего, так что, в общем, все в порядке.
And I managed to do it. The game went well for me from the tournament point of view. Maybe for the spectators it was not very interesting, but from the tournament point of view it went well for me. I managed to train my brain a little bit and to get it to play. So everything is fine.
Ну, со стороны казалось, что, и, собственно, это известно, что вы являетесь знатоками в этом варианте, и первые ходы делались довольно быстро.
It is known that you are experts in this line, and the first moves were done very quickly.
Просто интересно, до каких пор эта позиция стояла на вашей доске у вас?
It is just interesting until which moment did you have this position on your home board?
Ну, я бы не стал, все-таки турнир длинный еще впереди, я бы не стал говорить, где закончилась подготовка. Я единственное могу сказать, что я уже так играл после FIDE 4, вот эта позиция у меня уже была в турнирной практике с одним из участников, кстати, этого турнира, с Mamedyarov, и он решил форсировать вечный шаг здесь, сыграв ферзь 6 шаг, король e7, ферзь 5 шаг, король f8, и ни одна из сторон не может уйти от вечного шага. Дмитрий решил продолжить игру, чуть лучше матчпили, но мне удалось, мне кажется, точными ходами выполнять.
Well, I wouldn't say now because the tournament is very long, so I wouldn't say where exactly my preparation ended. But I would like to mention that this position after Queen e4, I already had it in my practice. I played like this against Mamedyarov, and he preferred to make just a repetition after Queen h6, Queen g5 checks, and neither of the players avoided this repetition, but today my opponent, Andreikin, he decided to play on.
Я соглашусь с оценкой в этом матче, то есть действительно, все-таки здесь есть подводный камень для черных.
Well, I would agree with the evaluation of this endgame, because here there are some slight problems maybe for black.
Так, я много говорить не буду, но вот один из примеров, если черные хотят сыграть амбициозно ладья c6.
I wouldn't say much, but just want to set one example. If black wants to play ambitiously and play rook c6 with the idea to take pawn on b7 as quickly as possible, then white has this very nice variation where after f5 there is g4. And of course here white plays for a win.
Вот, поэтому я считал, что в принципе какие-то шансы здесь остаются у белых. Ну и вообще у меня есть такая своеобразная философия подготовки к Владимиру, поэтому я ее пока открывать не буду. Поэтому, в общем-то, дебют, так сказать, прошел по этой философии.
So I thought that here white still has some chances to play for a win, and actually I have some special philosophy when I prepare against Vladimir, but I will not go into details about this philosophy now. So I was preparing this opening according to this philosophy.
Ну, я единственное ставлю, что мне кажется, я уже понял эту философию.
I would just say that I think I already understood what this philosophy is, but I also won't tell the details.
Но она более тонкая, чем кажется на первый взгляд.
А я могу добавить, что не только я ее понял, некоторые тоже знают.
К сожалению, да.
Как ограниченный круг.
Dmitry says that it is not only him who understood this, and a few more players they know, but still not many.
Я только могу добавить, что, надеюсь, после второй партии в этом турнире вы нам расскажете секреты.
Нет, ну после окончания, да, чтобы не...
Anastasia asked to tell the secrets after the second game between the two players, but they said it's better after the tournament ends.
Я отлично, мне кажется, я понимаю эту философию, но, к сожалению, не так просто с ней бороться по некоторым обстоятельствам.
I think I understand this philosophy, but unfortunately it's not so easy to go against it according to certain circumstances.
Спасибо за ваше
Мы
ответы.
заинтриговали всех.
We intrigued everybody.
Exactly. И, может быть, вы что-то хотите добавить еще по поводу этой партии, или здесь все как бы понятно?
Maybe you'd like to add something about this.
Конечная позиция, да, в принципе, она владелец c5, она ничейная по-разному, конечно. Ну, самый простой владелец 5, я так и собирался, в принципе, играть. Ну, хотя можно и сразу пойти за 4.
Well, the final position after rook c5 is drawish in many lines. I wanted to play rook b5, but also d4 is possible.
Ну да, ну проще, наверное, сыграть вот как-то так, вот здесь d4.
But probably it's easier to play something like this and just after d4 exchange everything.
Но белые должны побить на d5, потому что если они не поменяются, то уже в этой позиции по-черному могут играть как-то на выигрыш. Ну,
yes,
так условно очень, конечно.
And white has to take on d5, because if white doesn't exchange, then only black can play for a
Поэтому мне кажется, что вот этот план, который я применил, сыграл в конь 6, конь b4, он очень четко уравнивает и, наверное, снимает вопросы в этом матче, скорее всего.
So I think this plan that I used with knight c6 and knight b4 is very accurate and precise, and probably it hits to equal position and just takes off the questions on this line in the opening.
Во время турнира в Цюрихе Олег Скворцов, главный спонсор турнира, раскрыл секрет о том, что, Владимир, вы находились на Украине и готовились к соревнованиям именно там. Скажите, как проходила вообще ваша подготовка, и не кажется ли вам несколько экзотическим местом для проведения подготовки?
During Zurich Chess Challenge in February, the main sponsor, Oleg Skvortsov, revealed the secret that at that moment you, Vladimir, were preparing for this candidates tournament in Ukraine. And so the question is, was this place or for preparation, was it too exotic?
Ну почему? Мне понравилось. Во-первых, у меня один из моих секундантов, Захарий Хименко, он оттуда родом, и мы готовились практически у него дома, там недалеко от него, за Карпатье.
Well, I liked it, and one of my seconds, Захарий Хименко, he's from there, so we prepared almost near his native place, near his home.
За Карпатье, да. И, ну, во-вторых, вообще-то у меня корни оттуда, у меня мама, в общем-то, оттуда родом из Ужгорода, и брат родился в Ужгороде. Так что я наполовину украинец, наполовину русский.
And also my roots go there because my mother is from Uzhhorod, so and my brother lives there. Yeah?
No, brother was born there.
I was born there.
Так что у меня отец русский, мама украинка.
So my father is Russian, my mother is Ukrainian.
Так что ничего такого экзотического в этом месте нет.
So nothing exotic.
Ну, единственное, что события, к сожалению, печальные вот эти были. А так, конечно, они немножко настораживали и создавали такой тон, ну, немножко негативный. Хотя само место было очень приятно, мне очень понравилось. Да.
Unfortunately, there were these known events which, of course, set a little negative background to everything, but the place itself is really very nice.
И еще могу сказать, что одна из идей поехать туда у меня бывает заскочить в Киев к моему хорошему приятелю Виталию Кличко, но как-то ему, похоже, не до меня было там, как-то не удалось это реализовать.
And actually, when I went there, I had this idea in the back of my mind to go and meet Vitaly Klitschko, my good friend in Kiev, but as you know, during this time he didn't have much time for me.
Да, потому что на обратной дороге как раз я уезжал оттуда в районе 21-22 февраля, это было не лучшее время для заезда в Киев.
Because I was going back exactly on the 23rd, the 21st, 22nd of February, so it was not the best time to go to Kiev.
Так что в другой раз.
So next time, probably.
Дмитрий, во время турнира, в конце турнира вы сказали о том, что пересмотрите свою позицию в плане подготовки тоже к соревнованиям. То есть удалось ли как-то поменять что-то и как проходила ваша подготовка?
В целом, подготовка была довольно скромная.
During the World Cup, after the World Cup, you said that you would change the way you prepare for the tournaments, and did you actually really change your approach, and how was your preparation to this tournament?
Подготовка была довольно скромная, поэтому сейчас не хотелось бы скрывать секрет. Секрет на самом деле не так много.
Well, it was not something extraordinary, and I would not like to reveal all the secrets, and actually there are not many secrets in the ways I prepare.
Есть вопросы журналистов, пожалуйста?
Если в подготовке не было ничего особенного, то, наверное, в первой партии турнира претендентов вообще как бы ощущение вот этого борьбы за корону, оно как рассказалось сегодня?
Я думаю, что нет.
Well, did you have some extra feelings about today's game, the first game of the Game Days tournament? Not really.
Сегодня пресс-конференция под секретностью, в зоне секрета.
It's a very secret press
Нет,
conference.
на начало турнира, понятно, никто не хочет много
Можно
рассказывать.
про Украину подробнее.
И еще вопрос.
Да, у меня есть вопрос, можно? Спасибо. Вопрос к Дмитрию Андрейкину. Дмитрий, сайт РШФ перед началом турнира устраивал опрос, в том числе тренер Александр Никитин сказал, что болеет за Владимира Крамника и за вас, и назвал вас шахматистом-загадкой. Согласны ли вы с его мнением, и как бы вы, может быть, охарактеризовали бы свой стиль, если вы с ним не согласны?
Well, before this tournament, Russian Chess Federation website had a questionnaire with the prognosis from different experts, and Alexander Nikitin said that he would support Vladimir Kramnik and you, Dmitry, and also he named you mystery player, so to say. So would you agree with this opinion?
Да, я читал эту статью. Приятно, когда приятные люди хорошо отзываются о тебе. Для меня мыслить загадкой не является, ну а для других уже им решать.
Yes, I've read this article, and it's really very nice to read the words of big experts and respectful people in the chess world, that they have nice words about me. But well, for me, my style is not a mystery at all. For the others, well, it's their view.
Ну, как бы вы тогда характеризовали свой стиль игры, если это не секрет, конечно?
Then how would you say about your style of play?
Ну, я в шахматы сознательно уже лет 15 играю, поэтому я думаю, что тут каждый сам может отректоризовать мой стиль, я, наверное, симпатию сам себе не купил, говорит.
Well, I don't like to speak too much about myself, and I played chess for 15 years already, so I think that everyone can just make up his opinion based on my games.
Есть еще вопросы? Нет вопросов. Спасибо огромное за то, что пришли на пресс-конференцию. Удачи вам в турнире.
Well, thanks a lot and good luck.
Ну, а вы нам линейный уровень даете?
Andreikin's and Vladimir Kramnik's press conference. After the game which ended in a draw, this is the first game ending today and in the tournament.
But quite an expected result,
Yeah.
right? I mean, well, I think it's a pretty useful start for both of them, and also
For sure.
they get some rest for the remaining part of
Yes.
the tournament. But, well, let's go on to the games that are still going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think in the game between Vishy Anand and Levan Aronian, actually quite some exciting things are happening.
Yeah.
We thought that Aronian had excellent compensation for the pawn, but it seems to be sort of diminishing a bit, and I think
Yeah,
that
right now it seems that Vishy has some advantage, and he swapped his extra pawn for a bishop.
Okay, Vishy is thinking here, which is a bit surprising, but well, let's see, we'll get the board there soon. We'll also, Svidler just made a move over there. I mean, well, I think we spoke a bit about it before. It is quite typical that the players will walk around a lot. I mean, it might sound strange in the sense that why don't they sit and focus all the time? I mean, you can think in your opponent's time, why don't do it?
But players are strong, they are thinking just as well while walking. They don't need to see the board. And sometimes on the contrary, they do better. They even somehow concentrate better on what is happening on the board while they walk.
I think you're right. Players of this level, I mean, the board is something extra that is nice to have, but they actually don't really need it.
They really have it in their heads all the time.
Okay, Vishy exchanged the queens. Okay, now, I mean, we have on the lower board our analysis board, but this is where we left off the last time. We were saying at that point that we thought that Aronian had decent compensation in the sense of his nice bishop diagonal and then also the E line. But Vishy just played a couple of calm moves. He played bishop e3, Aronian started doubling, rook e7, I think then came d4, rook f2 e8, and c3. And somehow Vishy's position is stabilizing. Well, it's clear that, I mean, actually you can say that all Aronian's pieces are on more or less ideal squares. I mean, his bishop is pointing towards the center and the king. He has the open line for his rooks. And, well, the knight and the queen is also pretty actively placed. Even so, he is a pawn down. Well, here he played the move h6. And maybe a move like knight d5 would have been better in some sense. I think there's still nothing particularly wrong with his position, but even so...
But h6 is a bit slow, you could argue.
Yeah, but I think what Aronian is saying here that, well, everything for me is optimally placed, and there's simply nothing you can do to break down my positions. But Vishy played an interesting move here. He played the move knight to e5. Well, that is giving back the pawn immediately. But somehow, well, then some of the nice things of Aronian's position is going away. Well, he has to take it. Well, he could maybe play something like, let's say, queen c8, tending to play something like c5 later, but I would say after bishop f4, I mean, this is just a very comfortable position for Vishy. So Aronian took the pawn. Well, of course, the knight, Vishy takes back, and Aronian takes back. Well, a relevant move to mention would be the move queen c6. Well, that is, if anything, a huge threat. It's threatening mate on d2. Well, Vishy would have to play the move f3, and after rook takes e5, it could look that black is very active here, but actually I think after the move queen d2, well, white is just controlling everything. I mean, let's say this battery here, it looks very aggressive, but it's just pointing into the pawn on f3, which is defending everything. And I think next, well, maybe Vishy would like to play bishop d4 next to bishop f2, and he will trade off the rooks, and he will have the pair of bishops. And, well, yeah, that is a possible way, but I think this is maybe a bit cleaner way of doing it. He took back on e5 with the rook. I think Vichy exchanged the queens. Then he played the move rook e to d1. That is a very nice move. At this position, the pin in the e line is more annoying for white than for black. He would like to play maybe bishop d4, bishop f4, attacking some pawn. So he uses the tempo to get out of this pin and attacking the knight on d7. Well, Aronian went knight f6, and now Vichy played the move c4.
Which is a very nice move,
And,
actually.
well, I think that we would say that white is clearly slightly better in some sense. I mean, this is nothing special, but it is something. And, well, I think, well, I would say Vichy would dream of a position like this with white, but I think anyone would, in the sense that you are pleasantly better. And, well, we spoke about that Aronian has before beaten Vichy in some martial positions, but here it's completely risk-free for Vichy. He has a definite advantage of the bishop pair, and he's attacking a bit, let's say, well, I think next something like rook a c1 will start happening, and there will be an attack in the c line, and it is simply quite unpleasant for black in this position. So I think Vichy can be extremely happy of the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, we can say that his position has improved since somewhere around move 11 or 12 when we first looked at it.
So, I mean,
where it really looked like black had no problems, but now he's getting into some trouble.
I like his position, and I mean, well, I would still say by far the most likely result is a draw, but well, you saw Andreikin, he put a minimal amount of pressure on Kramnik. Kramnik solved it, and game drawn. Here, I mean, well, maybe it's also minimal amount of pressure, but I think it's actually kind of serious. And, well, I think it's clear Aronian is going to suffer for quite a while here, and he's not going to get even close to hoping to play for a win. So this is a very nice scenario for Vichy. Even though that the game is kind of draws, it's very pleasant for him. I think, well, that's maybe a bit of surprise. Vichy was not really seen as having many chances here, but I think he's off to a good start. I mean, winning the game is a different story, but I think he can definitely be very satisfied here. And I think also, well, Aronian has used a bit more time, and I think Aronian in no way can be happy with the development.
No, but it's also clear from the way players look right now that Vichy is walking and looks relaxed, and Aronian is, well, he's taking his time to think about
well, I think
the
Vichy
position.
looks relaxed, but I think also, well, he also looks a bit nervous in the sense that, let's say, had the position been very drawish, I think Vichy would be quite relaxed because there's not so much at stake. But now, okay, I think actually Vichy understands that, hang on, I'm actually better here out of the opening. And, well, I have a serious chance of putting pressure here. This is important. I mean, I had a couple of years where things didn't work out very well for me, and I have a chance to get a good start. So I think it's a very exciting moment for the well, Indian ex-world champion. It's going to be interesting to follow. Yeah, I think.
Well, what do you think will follow after c4? Does Vichy want to play rook a c1? Does he want to play bishop d4? What is his idea?
Well, I would say that rook a to c1 next is a very, very likely move. Maybe you can even take on b5 first. I mean, well, I don't know if black could consider playing something like b4 here. I understand it's a bit ugly, but it's not going to be a perfect solution.
No, there is no perfect solution.
And by that logic, you can play b4 now, but after b4, maybe a3 is annoying. I mean, well, I would like to trade something as black, but I don't really see how to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe you can take on c4 and play knight d5, but that's also ugly. And if you, let's say, if you take on c4 like this and play knight d5, well, I guess you could just move the bishop, as the bishop you just provoke to c4 is defending the e2 square. So I think, well, that was not very nice.
And also it's an ideal position with two bishops, because actually the center is open. You have pawns on both flanks. You have enough pieces to generate some initiative.
Yeah, and if I said Vichy looked nervous, then I think I have to sort of retract that. He looks very, very calm, and well, I think he has reason for that. And well, Aronian's clock is ticking just below 1 hour now. That's not a problem with 17 moves left, but I think the main problem is that he has a slightly worse position that is gonna be annoying for quite a while. I mean, I will be surprised if this game is over by move 40, let's say. I think Vichy is gonna put pressure for quite a while here. Let's see.
But it really makes sense from his point of view. It's also interesting, we just witnessed the press conference of the two players, who made a quick draw, and they both, they haven't played in the last 3 months. I think Andreikin hasn't played maybe since the Warsaw European Team Championship, and Kramnik's last games were in London in the Rapid. in December. And Vichy with Aronian, they have both played this year. Aronian has played in the neighborhood of 30 games, considering Rapid and Blitz. And Vichy has played, also he's played Zurich, and he's played a Bundesliga weekend recently. I mean, do you think that could mean that at some point those who have played this year, that they could get tired in this very long tournament?
Well, it could be, but it could also be that those who have been playing tournaments, they haven't tired themselves with long training camps, right? I mean,
that's true as well.
It's hard to say. Well, I think also, well, Vichy, for instance, he had a World Championship match in November, right? I mean, well, we would expect that he has quite some opening preparation left from there. And it was more a matter for him to get into, you said, say, chess shape. And, well, of course you can play training games and such, but why not make the training games an actual tournament in a way? I mean, there you get perfect conditions and such, and if you decide not to use your best sort of ideas. Okay, we have actually, there was a couple of tweets here. It's a bit difficult to...
So the gold, white kicks. Okay, sorry about that. But how do the players know when to play risky and great chances and when to play solid and sound? What is Carlsen's style?
Okay, that's actually two questions. Well, I mean, well, they don't. I mean, well, it's also a bit sort of trial and error in a way, right? I mean, well, I think also there's no optimal solution to that, but of course, well, some players has a very good feel of when is the moment of crisis and when should you sort of attack and when should you be very solid, for instance. But well, I think right now there is no, let's say, very specific example from this tournament. Well, of course you could say Andreikin, Kramnik, did they have a good moment to attack? Well, simply they didn't. I think the game was going towards a draw, right?
But sometimes, some players are can feel quite well sort of what is most unpleasant for their opponent, and then they sometimes base their decisions on that as well. Well, I mean, all the players involved here, they know each other very, very well, so they would
for sure.
They would normally also, well, of course, they will try to be objective, but sometimes...
but okay, now, well, they mentioned, let's debate Carlsen's style in a later, but let's say, well, it's also very stylistic. I mean, a player like Nakamura, it's not like he will think about, should I, play safe or should I play aggressive? Well, he's playing aggressive, that's it. And that could be very stylistic. Topalov is very aggressive, but he could also switch to solid at times and such, right? And there is going to be a lot of, sort of personal preferences and styles in that way. Well, when you mention someone like Magnus, you can say that, well, he's very aggressive in a very safe way. It sounds very strange, but I mean, well, Magnus is not trying to win in 20 or 30 moves. He's very happy to win in 60 or 70 moves. Well, and he seems to keep a lot of pressure, or you will say actually a moderate amount of pressure for a really long time, and that's kind of scary for the opponent. You saw Vichy in the World Championship match. He had positions that you would really expect him to draw, but Magnus kept playing and sort of broke him down like this. And well, I think Carlsen's style is sort of it's very patient in a way, and I mean, well, he's very good at winning positions that you wouldn't expect players to win in some sense. So.
But that's what I guess has been said of Aronian, that sometimes, especially in good positions, he sometimes lacks patience. He gets excited about the prospect of winning quickly, and sometimes makes quite some mistakes. And well, I mean, more mistakes than you would expect of a player of one of the strongest player of the world. And that is also has something to do with temperament of a person.
That could be, but even so, I mean, well, he's brought his rating to I forgot 20,
35. Yes.
Okay, even more. And well, that's gonna mean you have quite some stability. But maybe you could be right that he is to a certain extent less
patient
than Carlsen. But even so, if you take Carlsen and Aronian, I mean, well, they're similar in the sense that they do not. I mean, it's not like Aronian doesn't get good positions on the opening, but he can also win slightly inferior positions or draw his positions and such. They actually rely very heavily on the chess skills, while, for instance, someone like Kramnik also has extremely good chess skills, but he's quite dependent on his openings. I mean, you saw today, well, he didn't aim for a position to outplay Andreikin. He actually was happy with just playing his preparation, showing that he trusted it. It was a draw. And, well, that is a stylistic difference that to a certain extent, could hurt Kramnik in this tournament. I think if the winning score is going to be something like +4, Kramnik has a pretty good shot, but are we talking +6, +7? Well, that's going to be tough for him.
+6, +7 would be extremely unusual for a tournament like that.
Yeah, I think we have to go back to Topalov in St. Louis, who won it with +6 actually.
Yeah.
Well, I mean +7, yeah, that's not going to happen.
That's
I
not going to
agree,
happen, most
but
likely.
but even so, in that sense.
Actually, we have some moves in other games. We could go to Karjakin Svidler now and have a look what has been happening there in the last half an hour.
Well, I think we left off. Well, let's just back down to F5 here. We were talking about we thought F5 was a nice move, getting influence in the center and not sort of defining the position of the king. And well, rightly so. I think we quite liked it. But well, Karjakin played the move H3, sort of attacking the knight, which has to go back. And after knight H6, the very logical move Rook G1. Well, we did speak about exchange sacrifices, but I think we agree that in this position, well, you don't get in G4, well, in the way that we debated before. So I think here it's obvious you shouldn't sacrifice the exchange. Svidler castled, and now the move Queen E3. Well, maybe it looks a bit strange he doesn't go G4 immediately here, but
Well, G4 is also a very committal move.
it is in some sense, and it's not completely clear what is the move G4 actually sort of threatening in some way. I mean, if we put it like here, just to show, I mean, G5 next, you're gonna go just put the knight on F7, and taking on F5, we're gonna take back. There is also some positional risk in going G4, and well, Karjakin, after all, wants to play decently safe, at least for now. He played the move Queen E3. Well, I think it's a nice move. It looks like a better square for the queen, and also, well, he's sort of covering some dark squares like this, and well, I think it's just a pleasant square to have the queen.
Well, it seems that the engine seems to like the white's position moderately after Queen E3 and well, Rook C8 and Bishop C6.
Okay, he played Rook C8 happened. I think at times, well, I don't know if you want to play the move Bishop C5, but I think that will be a useful resource now and then in some sense. But also, well, just putting the queen to the sort of the rook to the open file is a very logical move here. And let's say, should Karjakin play something like Bishop B6? Well, then maybe a move like Bishop C5 would make sense, exchanging like this. So I think it's a very logical move. And now came King B1. But I think earlier I said that, well, I kind of like that he saved time on playing King B1. King B1 you can always play later, but maybe, well, later seems to be now. And well, if you don't want to go G4 and burn your bridges, well, it makes a lot of sense to play King B1. And you can see also, I mean, both players, I would say, more or less have their pieces in optimal squares. It's not so easy improving them. And you can see, well, Svidler's next move, you would say Bishop C6. Well, I could easily see somebody having the bishop at C6 in this position, putting it back on B7. I think Svidler has a good point. Maybe he want to go Queen B7 and B4 and A5 or something like this.
Yeah, Bishop C6 well, actually has the idea of B4.
I understand.
Whether he will play it or not is another thing. But
it's sort of, it's hinting it, and it's also saying, well, you played King B1, okay, now it's your turn again.
Yeah.
But still, if we sort of try to sort of go into some kind of logic, you play Rook C8 to be in the C line, and then you play Bishop C6 next. Why not play Bishop C6 immediately? I mean, that could make...
It's not obvious.
It's not obvious to me either, but I'm sure that there might be some deep reasoning from Svidler. And, well, I think he's always going to explain stuff at the press conference.
Yeah,
but you might have to wait for there, because at least I don't really see it. I don't know about you.
Yeah, no, but it's interesting, well, how dangerous it is when white plays G4. It feels, well, very natural from white's point of view to play G4 sooner or later.
Well, it would be a very logical move.
Yeah. And the threat probably is to play G5 and G6. So
maybe there is a threat. Let's say, I mean, we're just assuming that they both think their attack is stronger. So black goes B4, knight E2, and now A5. Okay, we have a good picture of Svidler here. It might look like he's, I would almost say,
falling asleep.
Falling asleep, yeah.
Yes.
But, I mean, most likely he's intensively calculating lines blindfolded in his head. I mean...
Looks like it.
Well, I don't know. But he's actually very strong in that. I remember at some point we played a tournament together in Denmark. And, well, at that point, you know, well, internet did exist and you would get the game scores from Dortmund. But you couldn't really play them sort of through online. So we just got a piece of paper with the games. And sort of, well, Svidler started laughing. I said sort of, this is Kramnik Anand. You're laughing off the opening. I said, no, he blundered an exchange and moved 33. I mean, he just took the piece of paper, played through the games, and then immediately could see that was a blunder and moved 33, costing an exchange. And, well, I mean, you see Svidler sitting there on a chair. I mean, he'll have a perfect position in his head, and he can easily be thinking about the game.
Of course.
Or he could be thinking of something else. But, well, you will not know. But, well, a post like this could just be, well, that's the most relaxing way he has. I'm actually a bit surprised to see the players walk around like this. I thought normally they would have a sort of a room where they could go and rest, actually.
But this is a room where they can... I know, as I have played the Women's World Cup in 2012 here, this small room where they enter. Normally they have some drinks there and some snacks, and I think they can even hide from cameras in there.
Yeah.
So that's probably what they do.
Sure. No, maybe you're right. They will go and hide sometimes, but also, well, they have to check up if their opponent has moved. Maybe actually they have screens where they can see if a move has been made. But, well, you can see Karjakin is really thinking hard here. If you look at the clock times, he has 55 minutes left, while Svidler has 10 minutes more. Well, it's a tough decision for Karjakin. Am I going to go all out here, try to win and take the lead in the tournament, risking, a horrible start, or am I going to play it safe?
But I mean, the point is that,
does he have... How do you play this safe? I don't know.
Exactly. Does he have any kind of good alternative to g4 sooner or later? Of course, he can start with knight e2, sort of, just removing the knight from the b4. But generally, g4, well, feels most natural here. What else?
I kind of agree.
And black also has to make some difficult decisions.
This is an interesting sense. Again, I think we mentioned it earlier. The position is probably quite equal, but not in a dry sense. I mean, they're going to be a clash. I mean, you cannot really sort of just start, well, maybe if white moves the knight to e2 and black does nothing, maybe they're just going to move around a bit. But
well, of course, I mean,
well,
if they really want to,
if you want
they can move around.
Well, that could also, I don't know if there's a move like bishop c5 here, which is rather positional. That could make some sense. I don't know, is bishop c5 a decent positional move, or?
Well,
did I blunder something?
I would be a bit afraid of some sort of... Well, maybe bishop c5 you have to play, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's also, you have to remember that a couple of moves ago we spoke about black playing bishop c5 to exchange this bishop, and now I'm sort of doing it voluntarily.
Yeah.
But I thought that maybe I'll get the d6 square and some dark squares, but... well, also now g4 will not really work, as f4 might be hanging. You can put the queen back on d4.
Even if you put the queen on d6 eventually, it's... Well, I always have knight f7, so it's not...
No. I'm not overly impressed by this white idea, but I was trying to sort of think a bit what else to do. But g4, of course, is the move that is very logical here. But okay, I think Karjakin is having a hard think. It's been a while. We've been at...
Yeah, and we have a new tweet. Everybody talks about Kramnik and Aronian. What about Karjakin and Mamedyarov? Are they underdogs? Can they win this?
Well, I think they are underdogs in some way. Well,
in comparison.
I mean, but, well, of course they can win it. I mean, I would say the guy in the picture, Karjakin, probably is the more likely of the two in some sense. I mean, he has actually won... for instance, he won the tournament Norway Chess last year ahead of the entire world elite, more or less. While Mamedyarov, well, he has done, let's say, very well in the Grand Prix. But when you're taking about the absolute top guys, he might not have won ahead of them. But Karjakin is very talented and he's very aggressive. Give him a bit of luck, and I think, well, he's gonna get close. I mean, if he, for instance, starts by beating Topalov today, and not much is gonna happen, then we can, I think it's a chance. But I would say Karjakin is the more likely of the two. He's just gotten a new, very strong second in Karjakin. He's supported a lot by the Russian Chess Federation, and he's young and talented and very motivated.
Well, and I mean, he often talks about that basically. Well, his main focus in life by far is chess. He spends hours and hours every day training hard, so it's clear that it's someone who takes it extremely seriously. And
for sure. Yeah. No, I think in general, well, everybody is sort of seen as having a decent shot as an underdog in this tournament. Well, of course, Kramnik and Aronian is what everybody is talking about. But, well, I mean, Yeah, they are the favorites, but it's not at the size that
That's also
Vincent Carlsen
based.
was the last time.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
based maybe on the fact that they are also very stable all the time.
For sure.
Basically, they don't have very bad tournaments. They normally
no.
have either decent or very good tournaments.
But I think for Karjakin, this is going to be a very also important moment. I mean, he's actually put under some kind of pressure, but also getting quite some chances here in the game with Svidler. So, well, I think, depending on this game, I think, well, it'd be easier to answer your question. It also makes it a bit cheating if I know the result, but still. Well, you see, he played the move knight e2. He's actually hesitating to go g4. Maybe he's saying that, well, I mean, I can do useful moves, you can't. But, well, that's how I see it.
Yeah, that could be.
Anyway, should we go to actually Mamedyarov Topalov to speak about the other player that was mentioned in the tweet?
Yeah, that we haven't done for a while.
No, exactly. Here. Okay, things are happening. Well, we left you in this position and said that this is what we thought very draws, and if anything, black should be quite
almost
hip.
better for black.
But he played bishop b5 check as we thought. Bishop d7, he took, and now Topalov took back with the king. Well,
yeah, that's maybe more risky than
it's
the other.
It's risky, but also it's very ambitious in some sense. Well, it's Topalov. I think his point would be that after knight takes d7. Sorry, just a second. You like this. Knight takes d7. There is the move bishop d2, and if you take here, well, then you have rook b1, and you're gonna win back the pawn on b7. And let's say here, well, else it's gonna be rook ac1 next, and well, the position is very dry, and I would say
yeah,
equal.
that's just that's very
I
drawish.
think, well, white is perfectly fine
for
here,
sure.
I would say.
Yeah.
So he took back to the king, which is very ambitious. He gave a check. I think even the computers were suggesting the move king c7 here. It looks very
King
risky.
c7 looks scary for
For
a human being.
I think
yes.
even for someone who has the courage of Topalov, it looks kind of scary. So he went back to e8. But well, let's say we take this position, rook d1, knight c5. Well, it looks exactly as this position, but it's important to remember that in this position in the game, Topalov can no longer castle, and this is actually quite a relevant factor. Well, Topalov has given up the right to castle, but he's keeping the pressure on the b2 pawn. If bishop d2 now, well, then you can actually take the pawn on b2, as after rook b1, let's say bishop f6 maybe. Well, the knight on c5 is protecting the pawn on b7. So in that sense, it's very ambitious by Topalov. He's giving up the right to castle just to sort of force white to play the move rook b1. Well, he played rook b1 and rook c8. Well, Topalov is trying to sort of, I would say, maximize here. He's trying to keep some pressure in the position. But his disadvantage is that, well, the king and the rook on h8 are not really playing, and you can't just castle sort of, well, I mean, that's not legal anymore. Well, rook c8 happened, he played bishop d2, knight to e4, and bishop to b4. And well, this is keeping some pressure on the pawn on e7, and I think also maybe a move like rook c1 or something like this would be next. But I think f5 was...
f5 was played.
Yeah, and that's very logical, right? You want to have f7 for the king, and like this, if you get a bit of time, you're sort of ideally placed. So, well, Mamedyarov had to kind of act in this position. He played the move knight e1. Well, I like it. It's a mix of sort of, let's say, a defensive move, but also quite aggressive, right?
Well, he wants to kick out the knight from a very good position on e4.
And at the same time, he's covering the square on
c2.
Yeah. Well, knight e1, but well, Topalov is not exactly one you can just push around, right? So he played a5, fighting for the initiative.
But that's, well, a5, yeah. Well, you can see that just a couple of moves ago, it was an extremely quiet position. And we thought that, well, it's likely to finish first, but...
Yeah, it's Mamedyarov and Topalov.
It's Mamedyarov and Topalov,
Right,
yes.
I mean,
Yeah, they can give them any kind of position and they will make it sharp.
Apparently. I mean, well, I am not so good that I can quickly say why this is not blundering a pawn. So, well...
Well, probably it's just...
He took it, right?
Yeah, he hopes for some sort of...
And rook a8.
Rook
well,
a8.
The idea, of course, is that if the bishop, let's say, goes back to b4, well, we can just take the pawn on a2.
Yeah.
And now, well, he put the knight on e1 to cover the c2 square, but we got the a2 square instead, and we are attacking the pawn on b2. That is quite pleasant. But again, I mean, these guys, they are fighting really for the initiative. So he played the move rook d5, defending the bishop. And Topalov has played the move b6 now. And his point must be that if you take the pawn here, then you're going to take the pawn on a2. And well, not only do you threaten this pawn, but much more worse, you threaten this with a sort of fork against the king and the knight. Yeah. I don't know here after b6. What is the computer? We don't have the computer.
Well, the computer
now.
is suggesting actually to play bishop b4, rook a2, knight d3.
So actually in this position, let's say this is the main move. And after taking here, something like knight d3. Well, it actually has a pleasant look for white, I would say, right? I mean,
and you should also consider the time difference.
Yeah,
that's
a
actually
good point.
Topalov is putting himself, well, he's very ambitious and, well, that's how he plays chess. But he's putting himself in a difficult situation.
But it would be too ideal in a world if you can put a lot of pressure on your opponent and
without
not put anyone
risking.
against it. Well, maybe that's called Magnus Carlsen, I don't know.
Yeah.
But, Topalov is not afraid of losing. Actually, I think that's one of his really huge strengths, that he's just pushing very hard for a win. And, if he loses them, he's going to try him tomorrow.
Yeah, that means that, he will lose some, but he will win even more,
but
most likely.
Well, that's his hope at least, right?
Yeah.
So, but here, I think he's put quite some pressure on himself. Well, I think now Mamedyarov will play knight d3. And, Topalov's position is not extremely pleasant, right?
No.
I think a logical move would be something like, let's say,
King f7.
King f7, but I don't know. But, let's say this pawn is a bit... Sorry. This pawn is a bit weak and this pawn is a bit weak. And somehow, I think black should be able to defend, but it is moderately unpleasant.
It is getting unpleasant.
Yeah.
And also we should mention that actually we didn't talk yet about the time control here. They're giving 2 hours for 40 moves, followed by an hour for 20 moves, followed by 15 minutes until the end of the game with 30 seconds addition, but only from the 61st move. So this is not the time control that most of the tournaments are played with.
There is two interesting things with this. First of all, it's a very long time control. We could actually have game lasting 7 hours, which is quite unusual. Secondly, and maybe the most controversial thing, is that for the first 60 moves, you don't get any increment. And this means that people can get into horrible time troubles. We have actually gotten used to playing with what you would call Fischer time or increment, so you at least have 30 seconds for each move. But here, we saw it last time in the candidates, Vasily Ivanchuk getting into horrible time pressure.
He lost something like 5 games on time. It was,
it could be that many. In some sense I should know, because I was there as Carlsen's seconds. But he definitely didn't lose against time on Carlsen. But it's true, he did in a lot of other games.
But he did in a lot of other games where he...
And, you can say that, the nice things with not giving players increment is that they actually get 2 hours of 40 move, and they can have the freedom to distribute it however they want. But, somehow increment also avoids this kind of very random situation where we see people banging the clocks and such. But,
but of course it adds some sort of thing of it being even more exciting when the time trouble comes. But well, I
think they want to have it a bit more classical, as is the World's Championship in some sense. And 7-hour games can be that's more than usual. And somehow, even if you get into the endgame phase, there will be plenty of time here. But you saw the picture there of Topalov. We're not talking about a guy enjoying himself, right?
No, but also, he's a very strong player, and of course he understands that this position is...
But his strength is pushing forward, putting the opponent under pressure. But you cannot put your opponent under pressure here. He tried. He played a5 and f5, and he's been very aggressive. But he's just left with 2 moderately weak pawns. And, you can see Mamedyarov is walking around happily, and Topalov is sitting at the board sweatingly. Again, like I said in the Vichy game, maybe the most likely result is a draw, but this is not going to be fun for Topalov.
No.
I don't know. Maybe he will play something like, let's say, King f7, I think is likely, and then...
But of course he has to find answers to something like rook d7 or...
Yeah, that's true.
He has to be...
You would like to play rook c8 next, but after something like this, rook e7, maybe bishop f6 would be logical, and then... somehow hoping that next he will be rook c8.
But after bishop f6 also f3 sometimes can be just horrible because,
actually you're right.
The knight is not really going anywhere anymore.
Black's position is not very stable in a sense. So it seems to me that things could have quite backfired for Topalov. And that also means that, we said that, there was the tweet, does Mamedyarov have good outsider chances here? And I was quite skeptical. But, if he gets off to a win in this game, of course we have to revise that. He could be simply in the sole lead for the first round.
Yeah, for sure. Well, of course, I mean, any player could be in the lead here. That's the kind of the tournament.
If you win the first round, you're in the lead.
Yeah, but meaning that everyone has potential to do that.
For sure. No, it's... I think, last year in London in the candidates tournament, I think it was pretty clear that Carlsen was seen as the favorite. And if you go back to the World Championship in 2005 and 7, maybe Vichy was the favorite, and maybe also, Topalov or Kramnik in these years. But, this year, again, it is Aronian and Kramnik who are seen as quite the favorite. But I mean, we're not talking about a huge sensation if some of the other players winning at all, I think.
No.
I mean, it's going to be quite interesting here. But, Topalov is a man under pressure. I think both on the clock and especially on the board.
He has about 17 moves, 18 moves still to make.
Still have a couple of minutes per move. I mean, his main issue is definitely the position on the board. But,
that's the main problem.
I think while we're on the subject of pleasant endings, maybe we should go to a vicious game.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's go then. Okay, this is Anand against Aronian. And is it correct to say that absolutely nothing has happened since?
Seems like it. Aronian is also, he's also taking his time to find a good reaction to c4.
It's hard to add some chess comments to the last time, but I think, that Aronian has had this, maybe not half-hour thought, but I think the last time we said something like it was
about 50-something minutes.
I think he had 55. Yeah. He's down to...
He's down to 33.
Mm-hmm. That could actually still be Topalov's clock running up there, I think.
That's 32, as you say.
Something like this. But, this is not good for Aronian. And, no, of course he has an unpleasant position. But I somehow doubt that this is a situation where you think for half an hour, you find this is the defensive plan, and you make a draw.
He will not solve this position in one or two moves. Yes, for sure. That's a good point. But of course, as we spoke, he could play b4 here. He could take on c4.
Maybe you can argue that that's what you're saying. That this is it's a very defining moment. If you just make a couple of random moves, then suddenly actually your position could have worsened considerably. Maybe he's saying, okay, this is the key moment. I have to say, should I play b4? Should I not play b4? He's thinking hard. How am I going to defend this position most realistically?
Yes.
And, maybe it is very professional, but it seems kind of risky to me. But it's true. Maybe he's considering a move like a5 or something like this. That could be...
a5? I doubt that, because after c takes b5.
Yeah, I blundered something.
You blundered something.
That's true. I think you're right to doubt that one. He has to find... he's deciding on which setup am I going to do, and it's true, when he has decided for this setup, maybe it's going to be relatively easy to play.
It's actually probably an easier position to play than Topalov's in some way. Once he decided on how he reacts at this very moment.
You can say maybe here, it's a bad position, but maybe at least you can decide on some kind of rather ugly passive setup and stay like this. Topalov's is sort of... You're actually going to be pushed back.
Yeah.
It is, let's say, I really doubt he will play it, but if you play the move c6 in this position, white is not going to do any huge harm to him.
That looks horrible, though.
I understand. But I'm just saying that then you're very solid and, you can stand like this for a while. c6 has the advantage if you take on b5.
Bishop d4, maybe.
Yeah, then you put the rook on e2. It's not really doing anything there, but I understand.
Yeah.
But I doubt he will play it, but it could be moderately easier to play than Topalov's position, because at least the bishop on b7, the knight on f6, and the e line, things are kind of stable there. And I think the main problem is the c pawn at the moment. But,
yes, he has to decide what to do about... What about a move like c5 for Aronian right now? Is that a possibility?
It is a move. What I would say what I dislike about it is that somehow it might make things a bit easier for Vichy, and so that it creates some weaknesses that I don't know if you play rook a c1, for instance. Then
Yeah, well, maybe something like b4 even. But of course, c5 is a weakness forever. And
well, let's just debate it a bit with the move. So let's say this, and something like, let's say rook c1. It's threatening to take on b5 and c4. And if b4, I think maybe something like bishop a4.
yeah,
Well, it is very unpleasant.
it
for
is
black,
very
I think,
unpleasant.
somehow.
No
Yeah.
doubt, yes.
And well, maybe that didn't really work out. But,
Yeah, no, generally it's true. What he should try to do, also we should notice that the knight on f6 is extremely limited. He can't go anywhere, basically. He can't go to d5, he can't go to g4. What Aronian ideally would like to do is, of course, he would like to activate his knight and, well, or swap one pair of bishops.
well,
he wants
I mean,
to
if by
exchange.
sort of magic he could put the knight on d6, I think things would be still slightly worse, but
Still worse,
considerably,
yes, but-
well, that would be
but,
knight f5, or you can take on c4 and try
Yeah.
to swap down for
Yeah.
a draw. At least things would improve.
Yeah.
But I mean, he could even be thinking about taking on c4, as ugly as it might look, to get
No,
some
it's true.
access. but-
Taking on c4 and getting the d5 square at
well,
least.
then at least you have something to
Yeah.
play for. But
Yeah.
I mean, of course, then White has the better pawn structure. He has the pair of bishops.
Yeah.
It's not nice at all. But
No.
I think we are past the stage of being
Yes,
nice.
yes. Now he's trying to find the
Yeah.
most the most tough defense that will
I really
make
I think
Vichy's
so.
task.
Or maybe he's just very annoyed at himself. You know, you never know. But
no,
I think not. I think actually Aronian
no,
is
he's
quite stable
yeah,
in that
he's
sense.
for sure.
But
It
but
just
this
sounds
is,
like he understands the sort of the seriousness of the
Yeah,
situation, and
well,
he takes his time to.
I mean, remember, it said 55 minutes at some point when he
Yeah.
had this position. Now
Yeah.
it's down to 27. He's
Yeah.
spent, well, basically half his time. Well, actually,
And now he has
maybe
less
more
than 2
even.
minutes per move.
Yeah. No, and well, I mean, well, I know these situations. Well, I have quite some experience with bad positions, and I mean, well, you sit there and you really spend a lot of time, and you want to find a solution, but your position is not getting any better, and it's
Yeah.
maybe you're kicking yourself. I mean, well, why did I get this bad position? But also, why did I use 30 minutes on the clock on this?
Yeah.
And well, it could be brilliant if he comes up with a very intelligent defensive plan, but it could also be the
Well,
road
it
to
could simply
disaster.
not exist, right?
No, I think, well, we see a guy suffering here, and we see it is the tournament favorite, basically. I think, well,
Yeah, well, but also you can see that, well, it's tough being the tournament favorite. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Aronian is aware of
I
being
understand,
that.
but I think, well, I mean, well, that's the price you pay when you play so well for so long,
That's true.
long time.
That's true. That's
but,
true. It's
But, well, I mean, we were thinking, Kramnik making a draw with black without trying to win, that, that wasn't very ambitious, but it's much better than sitting in this spot,
Yeah,
right?
for sure,
So,
for sure.
I mean, no, this is tough for Aronian.
Actually, the computer is suggesting a move like bishop e4 here, but
yeah, you'll explain it because I can't.
yes, no, I'm not sure I can. Well, it's the kind of move that the computer will come
yeah,
up with.
well, maybe it's just nice having it around.
Yeah, and also, well,
c6.
c6. Oh my
Yes.
God, no! I'm sorry, I criticized it so
No,
much.
no. Very welcome.
Yes. No, this is quite a move, right?
Yeah, but it has the advantage, as I said, of at least being extremely solid. Well, you see, I have some experience in this kind of scenarios.
you do have experience in bad positions, yes.
Yeah, yes, but well, at least c takes b5 is not a threat anymore. But of course,
Yes.
well, it could
Do
be
you
a move
think
like
Vichy is surprised by c6? It looked like he hesitated a bit before writing it down.
Yeah, well, I think it's more Vichy. He has to, well, maybe he thought that he wasn't too happy with his opening phase, and suddenly he got excited. Actually, I have a very nice position
Yeah.
to play. And then you have a half-hour break. And I think basically he's just sort of trying to say, okay, don't be too excited. Get in the rhythm of playing a normal game.
For sure.
I think it's a bit of a strange situation that he had to wait for half an hour for a move. And,
Yeah. But, well, okay, the minus of c6 is obviously that bishop on b7 is very ugly at the moment. And that d6 square is now another sort of entry square for for white's pieces.
Well, I'm not at all saying I would rather be black in this position.
But sort of, well, of course, this move also has some pluses. Mainly that he wants, well, he actually takes d5 under real control. And you can never play c5 now. Well, not that you were planning to do it anyway, but also, rook c1 also loses sense in this position because there is no more target on c7.
Very much so, but I don't know about a move like a4, for instance. I mean, a4, b4, a5.
Well, a move like rook d6 is just extremely natural as well, just to double on d line. And
agree.
bishop d4 sometimes, actually bishop d4 would be a threat there as well.
I don't know if rook d6, can you play something like knight e4, if rook d7,
rook
bishop
d7.
c8 to e6.
But bishop c8, rook c7, and then I want to take on b5 because f7 is also hanging.
Yeah.
There you are losing something already.
I think you could be right on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it is unpleasant. It's going to be interesting to see how is Vichy going to sort of handle this. I mean, no, this is I mean, I understand the position is dry and technical, but I think it's a very exciting moment in this tournament.
Yes.
I mean, it's the top favorite by most commentators, and maybe mentioned in the context of Kramnik, but still seen as the top favorite. And he's actually in quite serious trouble against a player who was basically seen to sort of be, out of shape, and maybe even too old, I would say. Well, okay, Vichy is getting into sort of...
Vichy has to spend some time now to sort of to get back into the game, because of course this half an hour must have been...
okay, Vichy has, more than an hour on the clock for 17 moves, and a pleasant position. I mean, if he spends 20 minutes getting into things, I think nothing is wrong with that.
Yeah.
But it's not like he looks nervous or overexcited. He actually looks like someone who is trying to work out hard. What is the best move here? I mean, I think he understands that, chances like this doesn't come around too easily. And, he has, in recent matches, especially against Carlsen, of course, but also in tournaments and such, suffered from not really getting good positions with white. And he's just gotten one in the first round against the candidates. I don't think he want to let this one slip easily. Of course, if Aronian defends like a genius, he deserves his draw. But Vichy really doesn't want to make this too easy. So I think...
Yeah, I think it's more risky now to make a very quick move from Vichy's perspective.
No, I think you're right that if he makes a quick move, it's going to be rook d6, and that's probably very strong. So from a pure chess sense, it wouldn't be too bad. But I think sort of it's important that he sort of regains sort of composure.
Composure,
sort of,
yes.
That's...
Yeah.
Maybe I'm also using it for excuse to look for another game that we think that now Vichy is going to think for a while. But
it's very likely that he will.
We should go back to maybe
Karjakin
against
Svidler.
Against Svidler, yeah.
Karjakin Svidler, yes. Some things have been happening there.
Let's see
Definitely.
what we get there. Okay, we can see at least on the screen that it's... Oh, sorry, I took the wrong game.
Actually g4 was played. G4 was played as we expected, that at some point it will be. And
okay, we left you in this position. We said that, they have just played moves like, king b1, bishop c6, and he played the move knight to e2. And now Svidler played the move bishop d5.
Yeah, which is...
Well, I would say that bishop d5 might be a very silent draw offer in some sense.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good
Karjakin
point.
has played the move knight to c3.
Yeah.
I would say that I think bishop c4 here is kind of dubious, and bishop b7, maybe bishop b6 is annoying, but why not play the obvious move bishop c6, and after knight e2, bishop d5, we're going to repeat.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So I think, here he decided to play the aggressive move g4, and Svidler reacted with g6. Well, I think that's a quite useful move, but it's actually,
that's probably the only good move.
Because the point is, let's say, I don't know, making some kind of random move.
It's not easy to make a
no,
random
that's for a start.
move.
It's not very easy.
No.
But now I'm gonna make one. That's probably not at all the brightest move. But I think then
G5
and G6 is actually gonna open the G line, and White's attack gonna be very easy in that sense.
And Black doesn't have any on the Queen's flank.
Well, I think my point is that G6 looks like you're defending against G takes F5 because you're overprotecting the F5 square. But you would really love him to take on f5 because you would just take back with the knight.
Yeah.
But it's actually against g5 followed by g6. So he played the move g6, and the Karjakin has played b3. And now Svidler is thinking pretty hard. No,
actually
he's
right
not.
now Karjakin's thinking.
You're right. He wants
Svidler just did queen b7.
And well, yeah, it's very hard to do something for both, I would say. I mean,
but wouldn't you say that actually White's position is pleasant? I mean, b3 is also the kind of move that, well, limits even more what Black can do, right?
Yeah.
Black basically has to stand there.
But, well, that's at least not very difficult. I mean, you just stand there, basically.
Maybe he wants to play bishop c4?
But also you says that he wants to stand there, well, bishop c4, but also, I mean, I can actually play a5 and b4 and a4 next, right? I mean,
yeah.
It's not exactly going to be mate, but well, what are you doing? I mean...
Well, he should try to...
Is he going to go knight g3 or something like this? Maybe he is, actually.
You should try to generate some kind of sort of more pressure on the king's flank.
Yeah. How is knight g3 in this position? Is it very strong or is it nothing at all?
Yeah, knight g3 is, well, definitely.
I mean, well,
definitely
I don't know.
Something that he should consider.
Taking on f5, and I mean, on a very, very good day, I would consider the move knight h5 next. I don't know. I mean, well, I'm a bit sort of curious as to what actually he would reply to this. Will he take on g4? But that's, well, that is actually maybe possible, but it also looks kind of risky.
Yeah,
I mean, there is something for Karjakin to think about here, but it could actually be hitting pretty much the spot in some sense.
No, it's not. Sorry, I'm cheating a bit. I'm looking at the engine right now, but...
You think you can just take the pawn here, you're saying?
Well, I think, of course, Karjakin might be thinking about knight g3 right now and about sort of what it means, but... I was
at least thinking in some pretty aggressive directions, like f5 or something like this.
But okay, well...
If the computer is saying that that's a joke...
Well, actually, computer is saying that it's...
Well, I mean, I was thinking something like f5.
f5.
Well, that is attacking
the knight on h6, and after knight f5.
Well, I wanted to take. I guess you take with the g-pawn.
Yeah.
And now hg4.
Actually, taking with the g-pawn is pretty bad.
Okay. Well, that's what I thought here, because after f4 there is something like queen h3 attacking this pawn. And okay, now there's maybe bishop e4, but I would still say g5, g6 is going to be quite some attack.
Yeah.
But what you said is that in this position you have to take
f5,
like this.
Yeah. Well, you have to keep as many pawns covering your king as possible.
Well, this is complicated, and...
but, well, it's something for Karjakin to really consider right now.
Yeah. I mean, a kind of slow approach would be g5. I understand it looks pretty ugly. Let's say here, and then h4.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have a new tweet. Why is Nakamura not in the candidate tournament by Connor Haley? Well, actually, he didn't qualify.
He didn't qualify.
He didn't qualify.
No, I understand.
Well, of course, if you take top 10 by rating, 5 players. Well, Magnus Carlsen is number 1, so well, he doesn't compete here. But 5 players from top 10 are present here because they have qualified in one way or another. But Nakamura probably had a shot in the Grand Prix and he had a shot in the World Cup.
Yeah, and he failed those.
Well,
I think nobody would contest that he would be a very interesting player to have here, partly because of his style, but also because of his rating and his chess skills.
Well, just a very...
I mean, well, there is a reason that they just don't collect the 8 highest rated players. Well, the second to 9 place, you can say.
Yes.
Simply that, well, players have to have a chance to qualify. And, well, I think he lost to... Did he lose to Korobov in the World Cup, I think, right?
That could be...
I think so. And, well, he's been quite successful in some tournaments, but not really in the Grand Prix in that way. So
No. I mean, strangely enough, Grand Prix was... Well, again, Mamedyarov, you could say, well... was definitely among the sort of possible contenders, but he was, well, he was somewhat a surprise qualifier
I think no one would
of the Grand Prix.
been very sort of
Let's say,
saying that was
Caruana, Grishuk, Nakamura
sure.
could have also qualified from there. So
Yeah,
so
but,
there are quite some exceptionally strong players who could have been in their place as well.
Yeah. So I mean, well, Nakamura is just short of qualifying by rating, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Kramnik and Aronian qualified by rating, but as Kramnik did win the World Cup, he then was transferred to being qualified by the World Cup, and then the rating spot went to the player in the picture, Sergei Karjakin, in that sense. So I think we have Kramnik and Andreikin, they're qualified from the World Cup. Then we have Mamedyarov
And Topalov.
from the Grand Prix. That's 4. Then
Vichy was
Vichy
the
qualified
world
as
champion.
well. He lost. Well, it sounds strange, but you qualified by losing the World Championship
Yes.
match. And Peter Svidler is the organizer's wild card.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Topalov is also the Grand Prix, right? And I
Yeah,
think,
for sure.
if I remember correctly, that was all the players.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why.
Well, Aronian has qualified by
Aronian
rating.
is there by
Yeah,
rating.
yeah.
So yeah. Well, that is simply why Nakamura is not playing here. He's not qualified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, the system, the rating qualification, they are taking the 2012 August to 2013 July, if I'm not mistaken, or June to July. It takes into account, let's say, a year that, not even the previous year, but the year before. But on the other hand, you have to give some kind of regard to also to the stability of the players.
Yeah, and I think also part of the point is that, they want to have a rating that also is at the time when they have the other qualifications, like the Grand Prix and the World Cup, in the sense that is the point when we try to selecting players, that when we take them out by rating at that point. If you only take them out, let's say, a month before the tournament, then it's going to be quite chaotic earlier, because you don't know is this guy qualified or not at the time.
Yeah.
So I think they want to do it like that.
Yes.
I mean, you can argue that is not dynamic enough, but I think that's the tradition, and that's how it is at the moment.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's return to what I was trying to say, that what he could be thinking about in this position. Well, we looked at knight g3, but maybe that wasn't too great. Well, I was saying g5, knight f7, and h4. Well, black cannot prevent white from playing h5 and opening the h line, but it's not very easy for white to double in the h line, because, we have the h1 square protected, and even if you get something in the h line, maybe black can just put his rook there. Well, this is a very safe way for white of doing it, but somehow it doesn't strike me as very attractive.
And do you think doubling on g line would be anything for white here?
Well, for a start,
it looks extremely straightforward.
I would be very tempted to play this
h4,
move, and
course,
then
yes. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would go back immediately.
That's true.
So
that's true. That's about it.
Yeah. Karjakin had the chance to repeat before, and he didn't take it.
No, of course, that's not his concept right now.
And also, it's not really hitting very hard, I would say.
No.
So I don't know what Karjakin is going to do in this position, actually. It somehow has a moderately pleasant look for him, but I mean, you want to do something aggressive like knight g3, but that could be dropping a pawn. So, I mean, you can also see the clock times. He has almost 34 minutes left, while Svidler has almost 49.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. He doesn't seem overly confident, Karjakin. It would maybe be tempting for him just to stay put instead of, going
you
all
mean
out.
Play knight c3, bishop c6, knight e2, for instance?
Not necessarily. Well, that could be, but I think also, some kind of safe move, and it's not like something really comes to mind.
But it's true at the moment, for instance, black does have an idea to play a5, b4, a4, even though it's very slow.
And it's, I mean, let's say you had the pawns already on b4 and a4 in this position. It's not really obvious that you're doing overly great in that sense.
No. But you have, it's not like you have run out of moves as black yet.
No.
And, for instance, another typical idea would be maybe to play g5, knight f7, h4, and try to play on the h line. But this will be quite easy for black to defend against.
Yeah.
For a start, h1 is controlled by the bishop and queen, right? So
exactly.
you can never do things comfortably there. And, as we can see, Peter Svidler looks reasonably confident at the moment, right?
Yeah, I think for his level at least. I mean, he's always sort of a bit But still, no, I think so.
Yeah.
And, well, you can see the clock here also
Yeah, you
ticking
can
a
see
bit
that
down.
Karjakin is taking
mean,
his time.
Yeah. No, well, maybe Karjakin. Oh, I mean, I can understand him if he doesn't go all out here. I mean,
Yeah.
he's worse on time, and this is also his first, well, of course he's played World Cups and stuff like this before, but I mean, well, he's here now by rating, and well, this could be his time. I still, well, it's likely to say that it's too early, but I understand that the world champion is even younger. But I mean, it is a very important moment for him, and somehow to burn your bridges in something that you don't really have your heart
Also
in.
with white,
That-
right?
Yeah. I don't know, but it's going to be interesting to see how is he going to handle this. But
Very much so.
in some sense, I would expect him to be kind of careful here. I think that would be pretty normal in his situation. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Should we check what happened in Vichy's game? Because there has been a move by Vichy
Okay.
just recently. Yeah.
Let's go to the game Anand and Aronian then. Okay. Yeah. Well, we left in this position, and well, we were debating the move c6 and saying that it was generally rather ugly, but also had quite some defensive point in a way. Well, Vichy didn't put his rook on d6 as we debated. And
No.
I think there's no very obvious reason for not doing it.
Well, actually, the engine was very happy about rook d6. It
Well,
was
I think
giving
also
solid
Yeah, well, I
advantage
think
for white.
It is a very nice move, but I think also it is a situation here where one move or the other is not overly decisive.
Probably not.
In some sense. I
Probably
think
not.
that well, we're not talking about a tempo here. We're talking about the pair of bishops and structural weaknesses in some sense. Well, Vichy played the move
a4.
rook a to c1. Let me just show these moves. And then, well, Aronian went back to e7. Well, maybe this was the defensive formation he's decided on here. Let's see here. Vichy plays a4 and he takes on c4. Well, Vichy is going to take back on c4, most likely with the bishop. Yeah.
Bishop.
Let's say something like this. And I think Aronian will put the knight on d5. And Aronian will say, okay, yes, of course, I mean, it looks kind of crappy having pawns like this, but all my things are defended. And how are you going to break through here in any way? That is not easy.
Yeah,
I mean,
actually, I'm not sure that a4 is such a good move in this situation, because what it does, well, if black has time to play, well, sometimes black has time to play knight b4 or a5. Somehow, well,
but,
b4 is weak.
I mean, still,
also.
you can something
Well,
like
I understand that
bishop c5.
you're not going to do it right now at this
something
very
like this,
moment.
and maybe you can even play a5 or rook to d3 and b3. I mean, it is very unpleasant, but I think at least, well, this is the position right now, and I think Aronian has decided this is the fortress I'm going to do, and at least, well, he has 18.5 minutes for the next 15 moves. Well, he knows he's going to stand in this position more or less for quite a while.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
Well, he's telling Vichy, okay, this is my fortress, try and break it down.
For sure. No, it's true. It's probably we should say that Aronian come up with his sort of with his formation of how he's going to defend this position, and it's actually pretty solid.
Yeah, but that's also the nicest things you can say about his position. I think.
Yeah, for sure. It is.
I mean,
it's. But how? Well, is it easy for Vichy to break it? Not at all.
No, but okay. Well, maybe let's say something like this.
Something like bishop c5 and b4, for
maybe
instance.
Maybe b4 just here, and well, at some points there will be b5, and if you get the pawn to b6, it's not going to be very pleasant.
No, but well, probably as black, you really shouldn't allow the pawn to advance to b6.
No,
that
but
would be
it's not that easy preventing it either.
No.
I mean, this is very, very unpleasant for Aronian. There's simply no doubt about it. Well, he played the moon knight d5. Well, he settled for this this fortress
clearly.
position, but it is not nice. Well, maybe he wants to put the rook on e4, if that is possible, just at least to have something positive to say. I don't know if he can do like this.
Yeah,
probably he can, but it's not something that changes anything dramatically.
But not massively, right?
No,
well, Vichy just played bishop c5, which is the most natural move, of course.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, it's clearly better for Vichy, but there is some work left, and with optimal play, I guess we are sort of in the border, sort of between white being winning or black being defending. But I
Yes.
think, well, we're not talking about white being slightly better. We're talking about white being clearly better in this position. I would
That seems
say.
to be the
And,
case, yes.
I think Aronian is completely aware of that. He's not sort
Yeah.
of, he's not thinking yet, I will draw this rather easily. I think he
No.
understands that this is critical and that he has to do it well. If
Oh,
he put the
just
rook
played
on
rook
e4, he
Mhm.
at least wants something positive to say. But
Yeah.
is he going to do knight f4 next or something like this?
But that is probably
mean,
hitting sort of the air.
Well, there is knight e2 check threatened, so that is
King h2 is a possibility.
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
always
sure.
move your pieces. Well, the good thing about having two bishops is that basically all of your squares are covered. There's nothing that you can just effectively attack, right?
No,
so
I mean, well,
it's-
this is tough for Aronian. There's simply
Yeah,
nothing to say
and
about
also knight f4 just sometimes runs into rook d7, which is extremely scary as well. So,
No, I mean, and well, sometimes you would at least like to bring your king to the center. Let's say f6, king f7, but then maybe b4, b5 will be very strong.
no, yeah, he cannot do that. Basically, Aronian cannot make any more pawn moves, most
No,
likely.
well,
He shouldn't do.
I think he's just going to stand like this, maybe
Yeah. Okay,
shuffle the
maybe
rook a bit
h5,
back and forth,
yeah.
and such. And that.
Mhm.
Well, that's going to be it, and we'll see can Vichy break through. But I think immediate action we're not really going to have in this game, right?
No, it's probably it has the potential of lasting really long. This game, I think.
Well, I would think so. There is
Yeah.
a chance, if you sort of look at it from Vichy's way, that he actually will try and break through in the first time control, in the sense that, well,
That
maybe
Aronian is under pressure.
maybe
right now.
Aronian is under
Yeah.
pressure, and also, well, b4, b5 is actually a pretty straightforward plan with quite a decent threat here. I think also, well, b4 is the computer.
It's the
move.
computer move as
Yeah,
well.
and
Yes,
it's very unpleasant for Aronian, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And,
it's true because he cannot do anything about b4. I mean, everything is under control.
So, well, it's a bit interesting to see Vichy's sort of body language here, but I think, well, you'll see some nervousness, but also, well, he is quite focused in a way. I think, well, I mean, well, we spoke about it, that he shouldn't play too quickly. I think last time he had like an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, he's made some rather quick decisions, but nothing too bad in a
No,
way, right?
no,
But
no.
I think he really doesn't want to spoil this, because this is well, it's a good chance to sort of for him to get into a fantastic start of the tournament. And I mean, well, of course he would very much prefer to win, but I think at least he wants to put serious pressure and not let Aronian off the hook, because well, you don't gonna get a lot of chances like this.
No.
So-
Even with white, it's an excellent scenario.
Yeah. No, I think, well, most players would settle for much less. I mean, if you look at the white games, they haven't really gotten a lot here
Not yet,
But,
no.
So let's see. Okay, Aronian, well, he's standing there.
Also, Aronian cannot go far away because he only
No.
has 17 minutes left.
Okay, you will have time for
Yeah.
a break to the restroom if that's what you need. But
Yeah.
but still, I think sort of, well, maybe he's just sat down for a long time. Maybe he needs to stretch.
For
a bit or
sure.
something like
Yeah,
this.
for sure.
Okay, maybe we should go to Mamedyarov, to Topalov.
That's true. Yeah, we haven't
See.
seen it for a while.
No, I think when we were the last time, we thought this was the position, and we thought that, well, on the lower board, we thought Topalov is quite in trouble. Let's see. He played the move. Okay. Let me just do it like this.
Let's retrace
He
that.
played the move King f7, and we thought most likely
Well, we thought rook d7
Rook
was an
d7,
option.
but he's
yeah.
playing a slightly less obvious move, but it could also be quite strong. He's playing the move rook c1. Well, he's exploiting the fact that bishop takes b2 is not working because of this, and with this pin you win the bishop on b2, so he can't take this pawn. Well, he played the move rook a8, which is threatening it, and now you have the rook on c2.
Yeah.
Well, instead of making direct threats, he's just moved the rook from b1 to c2, and there, well, it defends the pawn on b2, but also it stopped rook c8, and it takes an open file. It looks very logical and
It looks
and
very good
quite
actually,
strong to me.
and all the pluses of white's positions
Yeah.
are still there. For instance,
So,
f3 he can play at any pawn he chooses, right?
yeah, the rook will go to maybe b5 or
B5,
d7,
yeah.
attacking the pawn. I mean, well, white's position is very, very pleasant, and black, well, he only has to care about defensive things. I mean,
Also-
putting any kind of pressure is simply not going to happen.
We should also note that Topalov is down to 12 minutes at the moment.
That's true. He played the move
Which
knight
is-
f6, and I would assume that rook b5 immediately was also a move, but apparently he wanted to give a check here first. Let's say if you go to maybe g8, just feels like too far away in some sense. He went to e8, and now the move rook b5, which is attacking this pawn.
Well, he wanted to avoid black transferring the knight to d7, I think,
Yeah.
and taking control of
I just want to show
e5.
one line to show my tactical skills. If you after this move, then you can take here
Yeah,
and
that's
give
true.
give mate on
That's
c8.
true. That is beautiful.
Thanks. Thank you very much. But that's probably not going to happen.
No.
But, well, he actually has to take care of this pawn in some way. Maybe he wants to move the knight and attack on e5, but it's not very pleasant.
It's not a
here.
comfortable position at all.
Not at all, no. Well, there is just... everything is in white's favor here. The only thing that's in black's favor is that at least there is some kind of limited material. But clock ticking down and, a very unpleasant position.
So actually, Mamedyarov is putting pressure in a very nice way. For instance, this transfer of the rook to c2 was actually positionally beautiful.
Yeah, and
it's
sort of
quiet and it still
it
keeps...
improves his position and makes it... Topalov really wanted to play rook c8 and fight back a bit at least, but he's not getting a chance at all for that.
No. And probably for an active player like Topalov, it's really a nightmare scenario to get into a situation where, he has to defend without any kind of...
I think this position is actually a nightmare scenario
for any player,
player that the position could be just pretty bad. But,
That's true.
Topalov is really known for aggressive chess.
Yeah.
I don't know if he could find a very concrete solution in this position, but...
strangely enough, we've been talking about how bad black's position is, but the engine doesn't seem to share our opinion. Because, it actually, from the human point of view, it looks extremely unpleasant. Well, maybe after king e8, it is that.
Yeah, I think, the computer wants to play a move called rook 2 to a7. And
he wants to sort of to...
Well, he actually played it, so I was about to say that's very difficult to find, but,
that's a good move.
Yeah, okay, actually, the point is, after all, decently easy in the sense that rook takes b6 would be a blunder, so after knight d5, you are not only forking these, but you're also attacking like this.
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen, but that's sort of the tactical justification.
Also he makes sure to... he double defends e7, which was quite weak already. And, in case of knight c6, I would guess he will play just simply rook b7.
Yeah, unless rook d7, c7 is also possible.
Unless rook c7
I don't know if that works,
that
but it could work, who knows. But, having said all these things, I really don't think it's over for Topalov.
But actually, what I'm curious about, if white plays knight c6 right now, and let's say, it doesn't matter, let's say we play rook b7, and takes on e7.
Yeah.
How's that? Because, material-wise, it's equal, basically.
Well,
more
it
or
depends
less.
on how you count things, right? It's, but I would prefer white in this position. I would say there's absolutely no risk at all for, and maybe we could even here we could flick in, maybe this move, right? Would be great, but maybe that's knight d7, but probably not. You could play something like this. I don't know.
But of course,
I would think that this is the main reason, because if rook takes b6, knight d5, there could be some counterplay
but
there.
What about bishop takes e7 here?
Okay.
Maybe rook a c8?
Yes, I would think so, but...
but there you could take on f6 and take on b6.
I understand.
I think it's probably... you don't have anything better than entering this position.
That is a tempting option for white.
But actually, after knight c6, there is rook c8, which is a very good move.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
that-
rook c8 is a strong
Yeah.
reply. Hmm.
Which Topalov might find.
Yeah, that's.
But also, what I would say is that, well, knight c6 is very forcing here. I would think that, well, like his idea of rook b1 to c1 to c2, I think Mamedyarov, he want to keep pressure. He doesn't want to, well, if you go knight c6 and take on e7, apart from it maybe not working, you're also forcing event. I think he thinks, I can put more practical pressure with doing something very annoying here. That could be bishop a3, it could be rook c6, something that just intensifies the pressure a bit and passes the move back to Topalov here. But,
Definitely, he should look for something that's that's increasing the pressure and that's not making matters too simple and too easy for
well, I think, for
Topalov
instance, the
to
computer
react
is
to.
saying moves like rook to c6 or even knight to c4 could be decent options, and they are sort of intensifying the pressure.
Yeah.
And well, it's likely he will do one of these moves. And well, I am more optimistic on Topalov's behalf than I was, let's say, 20 minutes ago. Even so, I think it's sort of quite unpleasant.
We will probably have a short break now for 5 minutes, and we will be back soon.
With the final hour before move 40.
Yeah.
See you then.
See you then.
India is the birthland of chess, but until Vishwanathan Anand came along, the country couldn't brag about having any extraordinary players. According to Indian tradition, his name can be translated to Anand, the son of Vishwanathan. Confusion with the name started when he first came to Europe. Many thought that Vishwanathan was his first name and that Anand was his surname. Later, Vishwanathan was shortened to Vishy. He learned to play chess when he was 6, and by the time he was 14, Vishy was already champion of India. At 15, he was an international master, and at 17, a world junior champion. From a young age, Anand played with great strength and speed. Incredible intuition is the strongest part of his universal talent. At the beginning of the 90s, Vishy was among the best players in the world, and in 1995, he earned the right to play a world championship match with Garry Kasparov. Anand lost the match, but in 2000 was victorious at the FIDE World Championship held by a knockout system. It was his first championship title. In 2007, Vishy's dream finally came true. Anand won a 2-lap round-robin tournament in Mexico and became the new world champion. He defended his title in 2008 with a confident win over Vladimir Kramnik. Vishy Anand is the only chess player in the world who has won world championships in 3 different formats. Veselin Topalov's attempt to wrest the title from the Indian Grandmaster in 2010 was unsuccessful, and 2 years later, the champion retained his crown in a hard struggle against Boris Gelfand. Anand held the title for 6 years until November 2013, when, in his native Chennai, he finally succumbed to the leader of modern chess, Magnus Carlsen. A player with universal skills and a stunning defender, Vishy Anand remains a serious threat to any opponent in any competition, in any format. The leading Bulgarian Grandmaster was born on the 15th of March 1975 in Rus. Veselin learned to play chess at the age of 8 and very quickly proved to be one of the most promising players of his generation. In 1989 he became under-14 world champion and runner-up in the 1990 Under-16 World Championships. In 1992, Topalov gained his Grandmaster title and entered the chess world's elite. From the mid-90s, this ultra-talented Bulgarian won tournament after tournament and soon became a candidate for the champion's title. In 2005, Topalov proved his strength and superiority by winning the FIDE World Championship in San Luis. In 2006, in Elista, Topalov lost a controversial rematch with Kramnik on a tiebreak and so lost the crown. After a small loss of form following the match, Topalov had regained the #1 spot in the ratings by the end of 2008. In 2009, he won a candidates match against Kamsky and earned the right to face world champion Anand. The match for the title was held in 2010 in Sofia. Although Topalov lost to Anand, it was very close, and it went down to the last game to decide the outcome. In the candidates match of 2012, Topalov was defeated by Kamsky, but he did not give up on his championship ambitions. Having won tournaments in London and Zug, the Bulgarian was the overall winner of the 2012-2013 FIDE Grand Prix Series and is again one of the main candidates for the title match. Topalov is known for his robust, uncompromising style. He plays every game to win, and the combination of a sharp tactical eye coupled with fine positional skills lets him create chess masterpieces of exceptional vigor and beauty. Peter Svidler was born on the 17th of June 1976 in St. Petersburg, where he still lives. He started playing chess in 1983, and it wasn't long before he had some significant successes. In 1991, he shared a win at the USSR Junior Championships. In 1994, he became under-18 world champion and gained his Grandmaster title. In the same year, he became Russian champion for the first time. He has claimed this title on a further 6 occasions, an absolute record. Peter quickly entered the peloton of Russian players and subsequently the world elite. For many years, this Grandmaster from St. Petersburg played for the Russian national team, and usually very successfully. He has 5 gold and 2 silver Olympic medals and wins at the World and European Team Championships. Despite the impressive results, many specialists think that Peter is yet to fulfill his fantastic chess potential. Svidler is a superb tactician with many beautiful games and victories against the world's best players to his credit. Shahriar Mamedyarov was born on the 12th of April 1985 in Samgayit. He was taught to play chess by his father in 1993. In the same year, he started to attend lessons in a chess school. The young player enjoyed repeated successes in youth tournaments and became the only player in the world to become under-20 world champion twice. This is not the only record that distinguishes the Mamedyarov family. Shahriar's elder sister Zainab and his younger sister Turkan also hold Grandmaster titles. During the last few years, Shahriar has seriously worked on his chess style and become a more universal and skillful player. Attack is still his strong point, but he has improved his opening play and become more technical. Shahriar managed to scale a whole new level of play, and 2013 was an especially successful year for him. In June, he won the Rapid World Championship and shortly after consolidated his success by winning the prestigious Rapid event in Geneva. Being one of the winners of the tournament in London and victorious at the stage in Beijing, Mamedyarov took overall second place in the FIDE Grand Prix 2012 to 2013. Shahriar has definitely proved to his opponents and fans that he is ready to conquer the highest peaks in the game. Vladimir Kramnik was born in Tuapse into a family of painters. His father taught him to play chess. Vladimir quickly made the grade and then became a candidate master, his city's champion among adults. When Kramnik was 11, he came under the influence of Botvinnik, who praised the young talent and invited him to his chess school. Kramnik progressed rapidly, won under-16 and under-18 World Junior crowns, and in 1991 became an international grandmaster. His first major success came at the Olympiad in Manila in 1992, when the young grandmaster scored 8.5 points out of 9. Since then, Kramnik has been a permanent member of Russia's national team. He played his part in the team's victories at the 1992, 1994 and 1996 Olympiads. And by 1993, Vladimir was already a candidate for the chess crown. In 1995, Garry Kasparov invited Kramnik to help him in his World Championship match against Vishy Anand. This was a great experience for Kramnik, and he profited from it when he beat Kasparov in 2000 in London and became the 14th world chess champion. Vladimir Kramnik held the title from 2000 until 2007. He played World Championship matches with Peter Leko in Brissago in 2004, the score 7-7. In 2006, in Elista, He beat Veselin Topalov with a scoreline of 8.5 to 7.5. In 2007, Kramnik shared second place at the Mexico tournament, where Anand became champion. In 2008, they played a match, which Vladimir lost 4.5 to 6.5. In 2013, Kramnik shared honours at the candidates tournament with Carlsen, but the tiebreak left him in the second place. During his outstanding career, Vladimir Kramnik has won more than 50 tournaments, and he holds a special and distinguished record. He has won the Dortmund Super Tournament 11 times. In 2013 in Tromsø, Kramnik climbed his last unexplored peak. He won the World Cup and proved his strength in a knockout competition. Like most of the outstanding grandmasters, Kramnik has a universal game style. Experts point to his stunning opening game, unique gift for positional play, and exceptional professionalism. Like many other chess stars, Sergei Karjakin was born in the bountiful 1990s. When he was 5, his father showed him how the pieces move. 2 months later, Karjakin visited the chess club of the Pioneers' Palace in his native Simferopol. Sergei's talent became evident early on, and to develop his extraordinary talent, he moved to Kramatorsk to study at a famous chess school known for nurturing stars. In 2002, Ruslan Ponomarev included Karjakin in his team when preparing for the FIDE World Championship final match with Ivanchuk. This invaluable experience helped Karjakin become the youngest grandmaster in the world. He earned this lofty title at the tender age of 12. He was a typical wunderkind. Chess ruled his life from an early age, and he dedicated everything to his main goal of becoming world champion. In 2009, the young chess player changed his citizenship from Ukrainian to Russian. He firmly established himself in the Russian national team, and since 2011 has confidently stayed in the world's top 10. Sergei regularly wins super tournaments. His biggest success so far was in May 2013 in Stavanger, where he headed the likes of Carlsen, Aronian and Anand. Karjakin is not only strong in classical chess, he is also in his element in rapid chess. He was rapid world champion in 2012 and won the World Cup in this discipline in 2010. Karjakin's hallmark is all-round strength. He is equally good in calm positional games as in wild tactical flights. Levin Aronian started to play chess when he was 9, and already by the age of 12 he was a world junior champion. He achieved numerous victories in junior tournaments, and the most significant was success at the Goa 2002 tournament when Levon became world under-20 champion. By this time, his family had moved from Armenia to Germany, and to this day, Aronian shares his time between these two countries. The title of Chess Prince gave the Grandmaster confidence in his career and convinced him in the choice of his profession. By the mid-2000s, Aronian had begun harvesting his first big successes in the international arena. The first phase of this part of his career culminated with a win at the World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk in 2005. The Armenian Grandmaster then earned the opportunity to take part in the candidate cycle. He was soon among the chess elite. His track record boasts first places in the strongest tournaments of our time: Week Anze, Linares, the Tal Memorial and Bilbao. In 2009, Levin presaged his greatness by winning the FIDE Grand Prix Series. Aronian is a great team player. For many years he has led the Armenian national team and has presided over 3 team victories at chess Olympiads and once at the World Team Championships. Aronian is a past master of the rapid game and has scored repeated victories in Monaco and Mainz. As of the 1st of March 2014, Aronian's rating climbed to a personal record of 2,830. For many years, this Grandmaster has held the number 2 spot in the world rankings, and world champion Magnus Carlsen names Levin his biggest threat.
And the most exciting exciting moments of the 3 remaining games are approaching as players have less and less time. We would like to concentrate on the Karjakin-Svidler game right now because the really interesting events have just happened there.
Yeah, I think this is the most exciting game. That's actually a game where we can say all 3 results are possible.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I think, yes, Karjakin-Svidler is definitely the most interesting game.
For
there
sure.
we see mutual attacks, and I think all 3 results are possible. The 2 other games, I think Anand has a pleasant ending, and so does Mamedyarov. But Karjakin-Svidler, I think we're going to see a real fight here. So let's see if we get the board up quite soon there. But I think that's going to be, the most interesting thing. And I think also, we're now entering the 4th hour of play, and that's normally, the time control will be in less than an hour. Okay, we switch here to the clock times.
Yeah, we can see that actually.
There is something wrong with that, I think.
That probably cannot be true. It's
No,
not. No one has 41 minutes left in that game.
I don't think so. I think
No.
that it's actually Karjakin who's very low on time. Well, we have the board on the lower right corner at least, and
Yes.
well, we left off in this position, and I think we were discussing knight g3, but somehow that did not really work. So Karjakin played the preparatory move rook d to f1. Well, it's sort of, putting even more pieces in the direction of the king side, and also it's protecting the f4 pawn, which was kind of a problem in the other line. And especially, I think it's also passing the move back to black here. He has to, do something, which is not very easy. Well, Svidler played the move a5, which, we think
we discussed that this is a very likely move as black. Well, he doesn't have that much else to do apart from a5, b4, maybe a4. So this is something that is
But there is
very
actually
natural.
a quite good point of playing a5 and not b4, because that we will see the next move. Now Karjakin played the move knight to g3, and I think actually this has, it has maybe a threat of taking on f5, but actually it has a even bigger threat of going to h5, because if you, let's just to make a move here, let's say a4, I think this is going to be very strong. Because if you take it, we're going to take here with check, and when the king goes away, probably something like f6. And I think the white attack could simply be sort of crashing through like this. So here it might look quite scary for, let's say, the Svidler fans. But Svidler came up with a very good move here. He played the move bishop to c4, and I think, Victoria mentioned this resource earlier. Well, the point is that, it looks like it's hanging a bishop, but if you take it, he's going to take back, and this is threat, not that far, but here, and it's check at the same time. So, he's definitely not going to take on c4 in this position. But
he just played bishop e4.
Bishop e4.
That's quite a move.
That is quite a move.
Yes.
That is very interesting.
Yeah.
Bishop to e4.
Bishop e4 is...
and he's doing it with less than 10 minutes on the clock.
Very
this is
unexpected.
Either very, very risky or very, very brave. Or, most likely it's both, actually.
Yeah, it's true.
The computer is not overly impressed, right?
No.
Well, let's see. I assume Svidler has to take it. Maybe there's the move bishop d5. But,
he should first of all calculate taking it, of course.
Yeah, there's also Svidler maybe didn't mind a draw earlier, but you have, there are 17 moves left in to the time control. Your opponent has less than 10 minutes, and it's very complicated. It is really a chance to play for so let's say, winning. So, takes here. Well, the bishop is attacking on f1, so I assume that the move must be to take on c4, right?
Well, that must be
It's
the only
very
move,
hard to
otherwise
yeah,
you're a
else?
piece down, yes.
And I assume you're going to take back the rook on c4 here. How is this position? Is it going to be knight takes e4? Or is it going to be f5?
It's not like black is better here. It's just still an extremely sharp position.
Yeah, but you have to take back on c4 with the rook, I would say, right?
Yeah.
If you take with the pawn, that is a check, but the king is just hiding excellently on a1, and I think now the white position is really playing.
Yes.
So you take back with the rook, and most likely it's going to be knight takes e4. And you're saying maybe white could simply be better in this position.
Well, better I don't know, because it's just it's actually a bit strange, and it is extremely risky what Sergei is doing right now, because he has less than 10 minutes, And he's sharpening up the position in a maximum way, while Svidler still has 40 minutes
his
almost.
Position is quite solid in a way, but well, of course, this is. Well, I would say this is the biggest crisis, or whatever you will say, call it, we've seen in the tournament so far. This is a really sharp position with a lot at stake, and I think we are playing for free results, and Karjakin entering what could become a serious time pressure.
No, of course. I mean, the knight, if we get to this position, which we have on the analysis board, the knight will jump to f6 eventually.
But okay, we do move in turns, right? So let's just play the most obvious move. Let's say queen d5. That's attacking the bishop here, and it's centralizing.
Yeah.
And you can't really move the bishop back to, let's say, b2 because e4 is hanging. So I assume it's going to be rook d1, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, is something like, is rook a4 move, or maybe rook a4, let's say, we are attacking in this direction. Well, okay, then he can play something like knight c3, and maybe now I have to give a check and put, let's say, something like this, and maybe the queen to c6. At least I got your knight a bit away from jumping to f6.
But there f5 could be a possibility.
Unless I can take it. When you take on h6, I'm going to take
you take on
d4.
d4, yes.
This is it is complex. I mean, this is this is going to be fun, at least for the spectators. I can see that the players, I mean, well, they are probably enjoying it, but also it is tense moments in some way.
Yes.
But this is.
But of course, it should also be mentioned that Svidler still has a chance to just play bishop d5.
Yeah.
Although it's really tempting to take on e4.
I mean, yeah. Also, well, you gamble, you play the Sicilian, and when you actually kind of get what you want, if you then back down, but I mean.
But Svidler could just simply decide that it's risky.
He could think that it's a better decision.
Yes, exactly.
That is. I mean, that is not undefendable in any way,
no,
and he could do that, and I don't think he should be harshly criticized for
not
it.
At all.
But I mean, I think he understands that this is a chance, and why not go for it in some sense?
Yes.
But well, this is.
Well,
this
we
is
can see that he's going quite deeply into the position
sure.
right
I think,
now.
well, this is a very good moment. I mean, it's a very big decision in some sense. Well, one thing is, should you play bishop d5 or not? But I think also, well, figuring out, this line we're talking about here, let's say here, do I have a good way of putting pressure? Another move would be something like, let's say, rook f to c8 here. Well, why not just make it? And well, we're attacking in the c line, and it's not clear who is first here. This is a very complicated position, and well, I would say not worse for black, but maybe not
worse.
that,
but
maybe not.
Is it really better for black? Can you say
not
that?
Not overly either. I mean,
no.
But it's going to be interesting. How is Svidler gonna handle this? But I mean,
well, Svidler is generally supposed to be very good in calculating deep.
Well, for sure.
So I mean, just like all the players here are. But
yeah. But I think Svidler generally sort of would enjoy this. But of course, if bishop d5 could be heading towards a repetition, that could be a bit sort of tempting.
It could be tempting.
But maybe it's not heading towards a repetition. Maybe white can play on in this position. Let's say takes. I don't know if there's a very good move in this position. Maybe there isn't actually.
Well, things are pretty blocked here.
Yeah, maybe you do rook d1, but maybe that wasn't really the idea. Then g4 could be hanging.
Well, we are probably rooting for Svidler taking on e4 because it will mean a more interesting position.
Then things are definitely gonna happen if he takes on e4.
Yeah.
But I mean, there is a reason he's hesitating. He's actually thinking is bishop d5. I mean, d5 a safer move. I mean, after bishop d5, you can say that order is sort of restored. They keep their positions intact while
exactly.
Well, if you sort of if you take on e4, well, then chaos is gonna happen. That should generally be preferable for the player with 33 minutes against the one with less than 10.
Yeah,
but
time is also a factor. Absolutely.
But still, I mean, Karjakin. Well, he has won, I think, World Rapid, and he's won Blitz tournaments and such. It's
very
not like,
recently,
and he has 10 minutes for only 17 moves. I mean, it's not a huge issue in any sense.
But 17 moves. No, 17 moves is he will have to make some very quick decisions on point.
Well, for sure,
clearly,
for sure.
And
but
we don't have addition
capable.
here again.
No, I understand that.
There is no time added.
It's not at all a dream scenario, and I think also Svidler, even though he might think that a draw would be okay. He will also he doesn't want to get home to find out that I was actually clearly better, I had best time, and I made a draw.
No, it's true.
So, I mean...
It's true. It's at those times when when players hesitate most, because you don't want to come back and regret it for the rest of the tournament. That's extremely bad as well.
No, it's not like you would almost rather lose, but at least then you would have stood by your chess principles in some sense.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I think it's defendable playing bishop d5 in this position also, because the resulting positions after fe4 are very unclear. But
it also really depends on what is Svidler's strategy in the tournament and how he sees this game in particular. For instance, does he see it as as very
of course,
important?
You're black against a player who qualified by rating and is maybe not exactly the favorite, but one of the outsiders and such. I mean, a draw against Karjakin is not a sort of bad result for anybody in the world.
No, for sure not.
But still, I mean, probably we're just commentators who like to have see some action. But I'm kind of hoping for him to take an e4. That would be more interesting.
But it should be mentioned that even though we have an engine on, we cannot give you a sort of a definite answer as to what is objectively better.
No. So
it's just that kind of position where where things are just too complicated. Okay.
Well, I think Svidler is gonna have a kind of serious think here. So maybe let's have a look at the other games still going on in the tournament.
Definitely. We should maybe switch to Vichy Aronian, as Levon seems to be very low on time, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Okay, let's see how this is. Well, I think we left you... Okay, we don't have the exact... This is definitely not the time.
We will have the exact time very soon.
But let's just quickly go over it. I think we left you in this position, and Vichy just brought up his king to f2, bishop back to c8, bishop to f1. I mean, Vichy is playing it very safe. He's sort of, keeping the pressure on Aronian. Now, he took the rook to b3. I mean, Aronian does have some activity in the e line, but I doubt it's very significant. No. He went to d8. And Vichy went back to d2.
Okay, these seem to be a bit of sort of time trouble moves already.
To a certain extent, but still. And
how many moves are made?
36.
36.
Mm-hmm. It's not clear to me if Vichy has sort of enlarged his advantage or Aronian actually sort of... But there is pawn hanging on c6 and on a6, so it could sort of be going pretty well for Vichy, I would say.
And also, at the moment, Vichy has a tempo move for bishop c3.
Yeah,
right?
There is even... he's probably not going to play it, but I'm not sure I see anything particularly wrong playing the move b4 and then taking...
But the bishop looks a bit weird.
I agree.
On a5.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But I'm sort of trying to say that then I'm actually just going to take the pawn on c6 next.
Yeah. But okay, I mean, Levon is down to 10 seconds if we are to believe. Could that really be true?
Wow, it's down to 10 seconds.
We were just speaking about the...
Can't really ask the arbiters to, sort of the cameraman to zoom in on the clock because...
No, maybe it's a bit difficult.
This is... 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left, yes. Is it really? No.
It's not a problem managing the move physically, but you also have to make quite some good moves.
It is 10 seconds, it seems.
It seems like it.
Well, we can't see the minutes, but yeah. Well,
actually, a difficult part here for Vichy is having so much time. No, it sounds ridiculous what I'm saying, and it could be, but you are so tempted with the opponent down in 10 seconds. You want to make a move somehow, but you really have to forget that he has so little time left, but it's basically impossible. One is too emotional.
I think also the most professional thing by Vichy would be now to really take some time.
He has to find a very, very good move.
Yes, but also it's terrible to be black in this position with 10 seconds because you have to, you can't hesitate. You have to wait for white to make a move and you have to be ready to react instantly.
Okay,
that's
this happened at least. So
bishop c3, knight d5. Okay, he made a move in 1 second.
Mm-hmm. And a pretty good move. But
that was his plan apparently.
Okay, let's see, rook c6, I guess knight c3.
Knight c3, he will have to sacrifice the pawn, right?
I think we will say that he lost it, but I understand. But let's say rook c6, knight c3, let's say rook 1 c3, you're attacking the bishop on c8 and a6 is hanging.
I see Anish Giri is tweeting that I can feel the nerves of the guys and the candidates. They should have all made quick draws and moved on. Learn from Andreikin.
Well, that's...
we wouldn't have preferred that, at least.
Yeah,
but
I think it's a bit harsh. I mean, well, the guy in the picture, well, he's actually played with the white pieces. Sort of, he's been criticized for having too many draws, but I think today he's putting...
Yeah, not today.
Well, he's playing excellent chess.
He is doing his best.
But yeah, I think... Well,
another question is, can white play bishop takes e5, knight b6, bishop d4? And after knight a4, he can play rook takes c6 or b3.
But there will be, after both moves, there will be the move c5. And
No. Well, if I take on c6, then you cannot really play c5.
That's a reasonable argument.
After, maybe we should put this position on.
Okay. So we are saying...
knight d5, bishop b5.
You're debating this line, right?
Yes, and bishop d4.
And, well, if the knight goes back to d5, we're taking on c6. So let's say it takes here.
Yeah.
And you're saying that
but
here?
Actually, even b3 is more interesting, I would say. But
here?
Yeah, b3.
But b3, there's going to be c5.
And bishop g7, for instance.
Well, it is good, but is it more
of
winning?
Course, and bishop,
well, he played it, actually.
He played it, okay.
Yeah. But my hunch would be that he doesn't play b3, but he takes on c6 here.
Okay.
And this knight on a4.
But also, it doesn't matter because after b3, c5, you can play bishop a1 as well.
Yeah,
it's just the same position.
Knight b6.
Yeah, well, actually, it's not the same position.
Well,
yes, you're right.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised with Vichy going for this, but let's see. I mean, does he have bishop c7 in this position? I'm thinking about this
bishop
move.
c7, yeah.
And when you take this pawn?
Well, here b3 is...
Yeah, I don't know. Is this trapped? I think the answer to that question is yes, it's trapped, right?
It is?
I think so. So bishop c7 is not exactly a bad move here, I would say.
No.
But maybe he will play knight d5 then. I mean, you would rather go to d4. It is... I mean... There's really a lot of stake here for Vichy. Well, for Aronian as well.
For Aronian as well.
Yeah. No, this would be a very, very surprising sort of start for the candidates tournament. I mean, well, Vichy Anand has, I think I've only seen one commentator actually kind of liking his chances. I've forgotten who it was, but I mean, they definitely didn't give Vichy a lot of credit.
Actually, the computer is saying white is winning.
Just rook c6?
Well, even rook c6 now, simply. But okay, well,
rook c6 now is actually a very nice move, I would have to say, because...
But after knight takes a4, isn't it just a...
Depends if you have an even better move in this position.
Oh, you only have bishop d4.
Bishop d4, but okay, yeah.
But that means that bishop d4 is basically just as good, because if the only thing you can do is play knight d5...
But okay, the position we have down there, well, this knight on a4 is just going to be, basically lost, and there is also the pawn on a6, and well, apart from that, white has the pair of bishops and so on. So,
but Vichy is definitely good enough to see that this is
I mean, for sure. I mean,
very
he's
winning.
calculated much more difficult tactics, but okay, he has to, he really has to make sure. I mean, blowing a slightly better ending is one thing, but blowing a winning ending when your opponent has 7 seconds left, I mean, that's just
that's just
unforgivable, basically. That's going to spoil his tournament. So, I mean, in some sense, it's do or die, but it's very, very likely do, I would say. But let's see. Okay, he played bishop d4. Yeah, he took on a4.
He took on a4, yeah.
Well, he did it, and 5 seconds left, so, I mean, he's not going to lose on time.
No, that's... But of course, he had to make concessions, position.
After rook c6, he does have to make some kind of move, which is maybe... Actually, he could lose on time, because it's not easy to press the clock meaningfully in this position. Yes,
because the very good point is that after knight a4, rook c6, the terrible threat is rook c4. It's actually a terrible threat.
Yeah, well, bishop d7 then, right?
Oh, and then b3 is coming. Sure. So it's really... It could just be...
Wow.
But okay, I mean, of course, Vichy is also considering b3, right? Well, but that would be a much weaker move.
But I mean, b3, c5. Okay, this of course he will see. I mean, and I don't know if there's any other move than rook takes c6. But I think he's just trying to make very, very sure. Which is
probably.
That's the professional way to do it. And I mean, so. Okay.
Well, right now he's looking at some other game.
He does seem a bit distracted. You have to give him that.
Yes.
True, but okay, you have half an hour.
Yes,
for
he
one
has
move
so much time that he can afford that.
It looks like something has happened in Svidler. Yeah,
Oh,
most likely they
a
have
draw has
repeated.
happened, yes.
So we are actually going to switch to that board, I guess.
Well, actually, we can just say what happened, most likely, right?
Okay, they did actually repeat back and forth with the bishop.
Yes,
yeah. And,
yes.
Well, we kind of saw that coming in some sense. Well, I think Svidler could definitely meaningfully have played on, but it was for sure not without any risk. I think, well, okay, it's draw against one of the higher rated players with black. It's not a bad start at all to the tournament.
Not at all.
And well, we can only hope that he doesn't think that he was too much better in the final position. But I think
that's
he wasn't.
not the case.
No,
simply.
I don't think so. I think it would be justified to play on, but also there's nothing wrong with not playing on.
No.
Okay, Aronian made the time control with 2 seconds left.
But Tishy took on c6.
He took on c6 and now rook d8. And well, I think this is one of the situations where you make the time control, but it's not very pleasant to sort of wake up to the reality of losing a piece. But I think we think that in this position, rook c4 is attacking the knight here. The only way to defend it is bishop d7, and after b3, I think bishop b5. You can probably even just play rook b4, right?
Yeah, there are some tactics to see still, because after rook b4, knight b2 is a possibility.
Ah, okay.
Knight b2 is possible.
And what do you do now? Bishop e2?
You have to take on b5 first.
Takes, and now?
And
well, there's a horrible threat on d3, so probably it's king e2?
It's actually king e3. King e3 is the only winning move.
Because here rook a8 is happening.
Yeah, that's...
I mean,
well,
it's something that Vichy can easily do, but even so, it's actually... It's not overly trivial.
No.
I mean, well, he will do it if he has to. I mean, let's say rook c4 threatening the knight is simple. Bishop d7, b3 is trapping it.
Yes.
And bishop b5 happens. He goes rook b4.
It's the only move.
Knight b2.
There is also. Does he have to consider a5 instead of knight b2? Maybe he does.
No, then you take on b5.
You take on b5. Yes, you're just winning a piece. You're right.
So this is the only move, and now takes. And
we should actually mention that we have another game that has just finished. It was actually...
We have a winner.
We have a winner, yeah? Do we? Yeah, we do.
I think so.
Секундочку, у нас двуязычная пресс-конференция. Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья, мы приветствуем вас на второй пресс-конференции сегодняшнего дня. И еще одна партия завершилась в ничью, еще одно российское дерби. Это Петр Свидлер и Сергей Карякин вместе с нами. Итак, ваши впечатления от партии?
Ну, давайте.
Простите,
Вначале как бы впечатление просто от того, как...
Ну, слава богу, что начали, потому что как бы последние несколько дней уже было совсем тяжело, уже хотелось начать как-то, как бы подготовка уже вроде закончена, хочется начать играть.
It's good that we started because the last few days it was very difficult. The preparation is already over and we all wanted to start playing.
Yes, okay, I agree and...
Я согласен.
I had the same feelings.
So actually, and what about the preparation? You had 1 month actually to prepare for, especially for Sergei Karjakin.
Yeah.
У вас был целый месяц, чтобы подготовиться специально к Сергею Карякину.
Не могу понять, на каком языке нужно.
На английском.
На любом.
Well, yeah, and as usual, this morning I spent about 3 hours repeating all the various stuff I thought might happen, and of course the one line we we thought this is very likely. I remember during the final round of preparation, we pinpointed this particular line with f4, and we thought this is incredibly likely in this particular game against Sergei. And this is the one thing I forgot to repeat, of course, this morning. And I honestly don't know how this works in my head, but.
Как обычно, сегодня перед началом партии я где-то 3 часа смотрел различные варианты. Во время подготовки мы предполагали, что наиболее вероятен вариант как раз f4. И не знаю, что такое в моей голове происходит, но именно его-то сегодня я и не повторил.
And this is a very dangerous position, and it's kind of important to know what you're doing here. And I'm not sure what I did is, I remembered b5 and knight g4 was what I was planning to do here, but it's very risky in the best of times, and without preparation it's very, very strategically risky.
Позиция очень острая, и здесь действительно нужно понимать, что делать. Я помнил, что нужно играть b5, конь g4.
Но нужно, это громко сказано, как бы, так было записано. Как нужно играть, это другой вопрос. Так было записано.
Yes, and Peter just comments that.
Yeah, saying that this is how you should play is maybe an overstatement, but this is what my main line said. So at least I remembered this much, but I'm not entirely certain this is the best reaction.
Да, но позиция остается очень острой.
Okay, I can also say that I was also almost sure that Peter would play this line, and okay, not almost sure, but I thought it is very likely, and I prepared f4, and after b5, e5, knight g4, I didn't remember what is the best way to play, so we were both.
Yeah, no, but this is generally how it goes. You spend 2 months doing all those high-tech things, and then human factor comes into
Ну
play.
что ж, Сергей сказал, что он со своей стороны тоже может сказать, что он предполагал, что Петр сыграет именно так, и помнил тоже b5, подготовил вариант с f4, и после b5 конь g4, в общем, тоже не помнил, что конкретно нужно делать.
Ну вот, in this game, actually, for whom it was easier to play this position, let's say, after the opening?
I think for the spectators, it's a position best played from the sidelines, because it's.
Вопрос в том, кому было легче играть эту позицию после дебюта, какой стране. Петр отвечает, что для зрителей наиболее легко было именно для зрителей.
There are many things. First of all, Bishop G1 is not forced, but let's not get into very precise details of this. But the position we got here. You could start with h3, but it's an important tempo. But now I don't have a 5, but I win a tempo compared to the game, so maybe I can play knight f5 here or something. I don't know.
В позиции можно было сыграть h3, и возможно, что здесь после коня 6 я выигрываю темп, да, по сравнению с партией.
Но нет хода f5.
Но с другой стороны хода f5.
Yeah, and after bishop d3, I get f5 in, which I thought I more or less have to do, because otherwise I think I will just get stomped. Because if I allow knight e4, I think my position is very, very difficult to hold.
Да, после слона d3 я должен практически играть f5, потому что если я позволю сыграть конь e4, то, вероятно, моя позиция будет очень сложно удержать.
And now, basically, ef6 is possible, but I think it's a cop-out, and I never expected Sergei to do it. And a position like this, it seems like I'm worse at every side. I have no actual play on the queen side, and if I start pushing the pawns, they might become weak. And I might at any point get mated on the king's side, but it's also very difficult to play with white.
В этой позиции кажется, что у меня хуже на обоих флангах, потому что если я буду двигать пешки ферзевого фланга, в какой-то момент они могут стать просто слабыми, а в то же время белые могут атаковать на королевском фланге и где-то поставить мне мат. Но с другой стороны, белым тоже не просто играть.
Отчасти я думаю, что это то, что глаза разбегаются. Mainly because I think there's such a plethora of opportunities here. White can choose from all kinds of plans. I think objectively I should be in a lot of trouble here, but as I said, white has to choose, and there's limited time.
Я думаю, что объективно, наверное, у черных должны быть довольно большие проблемы в этой позиции, но поскольку белым нужно выбирать, и время тоже не бесконечно, не так просто.
For instance, I thought I quite liked the way you began, because I thought there's no reason to hurry. Even with g4, you can play g4 at any point. And let's say in this position, I thought it's incredibly slow, but I thought the best square for the knight is on e3. And I thought if you play something like rook df1, it looks like white is allowing black to make all those moves. But let's say, I don't know, for instance, before knight d1, bishop b5, and I don't know, b3 or something. And then we play queen e2, knight e3. The moment knight gets to e3, I think, my play stops. And g4 becomes very, very strong. And the knight might go to c4 later on, or b3, knight b2, knight c4 even. And at least this is how it looked from my side. From my side, it looked like, you know, I'm waiting for Sergei to find the precise way to improve the position of his pieces, and I'm going to die. So it wasn't much fun at this point, but you continue making moves.
Мне очень понравилось, как Сергей начал разыгрывать эту позицию. Он не торопился делать ход G4 сразу, но, на мой взгляд, наилучшим полем для коня было поле E3, то есть, возможно, белым нужно было перестроиться, где-то сыграть там, ладья E1, конь D1, потом убрать ферзя на E2 и конь E3. В этот момент, если это все случится, то, в общем, конь на E3 будет очень силен, и у черных, в общем, не будет
и уже
хороших.
Ну, да,
после этого G4 будет очень сильным ходом, и я просто ждал, на самом деле, как Сергей будет разыгрывать, то есть как он перестроится белыми.
Ну, в этом смысле белыми гораздо сложнее играть здесь, потому что у меня, на самом деле, легальных ходов в позиции не так много. Вот я задумался здесь, пришел к выводу, что кроме слон 6 я не вижу хода. Конь Е2, только что ходил этим слоном, пошел еще раз.
Ну ты еще G6 мог пойти вместо.
Да, надо было, может быть, G6 где-то пойти раньше. Да. Но I'm saying that basically it's much easier for black to play because black doesn't even have that many legal moves. I mean, by legal, I mean moves that make even, you know, a slight bit of sense. Maybe I could have started with G6 here so that I can play Bishop D5 in one tempo, but at this point I still entertain some ideas of maybe saving on G6 and keeping it on G7, but it's not really realistic. So.
By the way, actually, Sergei, when Peter played Bishop D5, did you consider to come back Knight C3 maybe, just to...
No, but then Bishop C4. I mean,
so it's...
Когда Петр сыграл слон D5, рассматривал ли Сергей вариант вернуться конем на C3, да, как-то повторить позицию, но в этом случае Сергей говорит, что слон C4 будет сыграно.
Okay, I'm actually think that it was very interesting to check here Knight G3 immediately, but I didn't see.
Maybe I can take, yeah.
Я думаю, что интересно конь G3 посмотреть сразу, но, наверное, черные могут взять на G4.
I have spent a lot of time and I went down to 5 minutes, but I didn't see
Я потратил очень много времени, и у меня осталось всего 5 минут, но я не нашел чего-то конкретного.
Because Rook D1 is, I don't know, half of the move is not really...
Yeah, Rook D1 in many cases is actually counterproductive because, I mean, when I play Bishop C4, which I probably will at some point, if white wants to switch to the positional play, the rook is of course much better placed on d1, not on f1. So I mean, it's actually in my favor because it's really not doing very much on f1.
Сергей сказал, что ход ладья d на f1 это какой-то полуход такой, и Петр с ним согласился. Дело в том, что если игра перейдет на позиционные рельсы после слон c4, допустим, ладья должна быть расположена на d1.
Да, ну и вот здесь, and in this position basically there are. I mean, it's very difficult to assess. I thought, you know, I've survived the immediate assault, but so it's very hard to. I still don't know who's better. If let's say if I just makes a move of some kind, I don't know. Let's say 92 back. What am I supposed to do?
Эту позицию все еще довольно сложно оценить. Мне казалось, что я пережил вот первый конкретный наскок, но с другой стороны, если, например, конь E2, то что мне делать? Если я возьму на D3?
The resulting position, I mean, I'm going to have to work out what to do with the D7 pawn. I can never put, I mean, I'm kind of stuck here. I mean, it's an obvious improvement that I'm not getting mated and maybe the light squared bishops come off, but I'm still unsure what my next moves are here.
Да, мне всегда нужно думать о том, как поступить, как защищать пешку на d7. И, конечно, это несомненное улучшение, что мне не поставили мат сразу, но, тем не менее, я не вижу каких-то хороших ходов.
And after bishop e4, here I had an opportunity to, apart from bishop d5, which is, well, a draw offer, as you have seen, I could have taken on e4, but for some reason I tried making this work, bc4 check, king a1, c3. But now I think after rook b1, queen d5, knight takes e4, rook c4, and rook g1, white is just in time to consolidate, and the pawn on c3 gets lost. And yes, I will have some play, but let's say rook fc8, I think white has to take on c3. Let's say queen c6. And it's a strange kind of a position because now I have some targets on the queen side to play against. But even let's say in an ideal world, even if I win the pawn on c2 back and we trade one pair of rooks, I still might be worse because the knight on, well, it's not going to be on h6, it's going to be on f7, but even there it has no moves. So I checked this for about 10 minutes, and I thought, you know, I can't be better here, and I might actually be worse. So this didn't really appeal to me very much. But as Sergei correctly pointed out, maybe stronger was to take with the rook, which is something I, for some reason, didn't really consider very much, because I thought I need to open the b file immediately, and maybe this was actually a decent try. I thought basically that, you know, once the knight gets to e4, you know, this could potentially be very, very dangerous for me, but maybe I overestimated the danger here. I'm not sure.
Попробую подвести такой короткий итог всем вариантам, которые показал Петр. После слон Е4 Петр рассматривал также взятие на Е4 вместо повторения позиции практически предложения ничьей. Но после взятия на Е4, вот в вариантах, которые демонстрировались, пешка на С3 становится слаба, и белым хватает времени, чтобы консолидироваться, после чего, вероятно, она пойдет на С3 довольно быстро. И даже если черные отыграют пешку на С2 в идеальном мире, да, если представить, что все это происходит, то, тем не менее, вероятно, их позиция по-прежнему будет хуже из-за слабости на D7.
Главное, что же ужасный конь.
И ужасного коня, да, на 6. Сергей предлагал еще, я так поняла, в советском анализе после партии
ладья c4 я как-то недооценил, да, может быть, надо было так пойти. Но, правда, после f5 тут как бы...
после f5 там безумная позиция.
Да, совершенно какой-то начинается хаос.
Когда ферзь d5, может быть, ну, да, тут я даже могу, может быть, даже слон b2.
Ну, слон b2, например, да. Тут начинается какая-то совершеннейшая ахинея, оценить которую, честно говоря...
And here after f5 is just a very chaotic position.
Yeah, I honestly, I couldn't figure out what was going on, and frankly, since I honestly, I didn't think my position was any good at any point, I thought that, you know, getting away with it, so to speak, is not such a bad thing today.
Да, в этом случае после F5 я не мог понять, что происходит, совершенно это хаос на доске, и мне казалось, что, в принципе, в любом случае моя позиция нигде не хороша, поэтому ускользнуть сегодня это хороший результат.
I mean, you can see on the screen. I mean, if you can see on the screen, I mean, a position like this. I understand we have a duty to the spectators and everything, but it's not a position that's easy to play in the first round after you haven't touched the chess pieces in practice for 4 months.
Вы можете видеть эту позицию на доске сейчас, дорогие зрители, и вы понимаете, что, конечно, у нас есть определенные обязательства перед зрителями, но все-таки играть такую сумасшедшую позицию после 4 месяцев без игры — это очень тяжело.
Sergei, would you like to add something about this game, or we checked more or less?
Yeah, I think we checked. It's okay.
So what actually you were doing all 4 months before this?
Что же вы делали все эти 4 месяца перед турниром?
Напряженно готовились, это же очевидно.
We're hardly preparing you can see.
So what is your team here with you?
Можете ли вы раскрыть вашу команду, которая здесь на месте с вами?
Okay, for me it's not a secret because I announced my team before the tournament. It is Rustam Kastamjanov, and also here I'm with a physical coach and with my girlfriend.
Моя команда — это не секрет. Я анонсировала перед началом соревнования, что я приеду с гроссмейстером Рустамом Касымжановым. Еще у меня есть тренер по физподготовке, и также здесь меня поддерживает моя девушка.
Ну да, мы пока с женой тут на дежурстве. Но потом подъедут, люди играют в шахматы. В отличие от меня, у людей есть практика. Но вот они закончат в какой-то момент играть в шахматы и приедут. Люди все те же самые, которые были в Лондоне.
Yes, and we're here with my wife on duty, and soon some other people who are actually playing chess, they would come to support, and the team is actually it's the same people, quite known.
Сергей, там было предложение еще включить в команду психолога. Вы не находили срочные?
There was a suggestion to include a psychologist in a team to you, Sergei.
Okay, I think if there are too many people, it is also difficult to concentrate on chess.
Я думаю, что если слишком много людей, то тоже сложно сконцентрироваться на шахматах.
Do you think actually it's necessary for the player to have psychologist, or it just?
Как вы думаете, это необходимо иметь психолога?
Okay, if you find a good one, then maybe it might be good, but but it's also hard to find.
Ну, если вы найдете хорошего, то, наверное, это может быть хорошо, но очень сложно найти такого специалиста.
Мне постоянно советуют, да. Я, видимо, произвожу впечатление человека, которому необходим.
I'm always advised on getting a psychologist. Probably I make an impression of a person.
Но в целом у меня абсолютно то же мнение, что у
one.
Сергея. Проблема в том, что психолог мне необходим хороший, потому что плохой может как бы тараканов хватает и так, ситуация может ухудшиться. А хорошего найти не так легко.
Well, and generally I agree with Sergey that if you have a psychologist, this should be a good one, because otherwise everyone has enough mess in his head. So, and it's difficult, of course, to find a good one.
Do we have questions? У нас есть вопросы?
Да, у меня есть вопрос. Пожалуйста, обоим игрокам. Вопрос, как вы оцениваете правила, согласно которым игроки из одной страны должны играть в первом туре?
How do you assess a rule when the players from one country should play in the first rounds against each other?
Okay, I think it is quite logical because just because some people might think that there is something wrong when we are playing in the last round and because we are friends, but basically, of course, we will never do such things, and okay, for us it doesn't matter really.
Я думаю, что это, наверное, верное правило, потому что кто-то может подумать, что результат каким-то образом сфабрикован, да, если мы будем играть в последних турах, потому что мы друзья, но, естественно, мы бы сами никогда такого не сделали.
Нет, я говорю,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's objectively necessary because it's done to avoid potential, impropriety, which I think is highly unlikely. I mean, I think just not going to happen. Highly unlikely is not even stating it strongly enough. But in these cases, avoiding even the potential discussion of impropriety is important. So it's fine, and it doesn't really change very much.
Я думаю, что объективно на самом деле это правило, в общем-то, не нужно, потому что оно сделано для того, чтобы обеспечить честную игру в последних турах, но на самом деле нечестной игры и не может быть здесь. Но, тем не менее, чтобы исключить даже разговоры о том, что могла быть какая-то нечестная игра, это правило есть.
Actually, I can pay attention that you listen to questions, answer the questions, and at the same time continue to analyze the game. So
it's an interesting position.
Maybe you found something more.
No, we're trying to figure out what's going on after rook takes c4, and so far we got to a position you maybe see on the screen. And once again, if I'm not giving mate here, I'm probably much worse, because if white consolidates and avoids getting mated, the difference in peace harmony and the horrible knight on h6 will start becoming a huge factor. So I'm still reasonably certain that I haven't really missed much by not continuing. But always when you play bishop d5 in a position like this, and you have a slight feeling of regret because the position is so rich and you could have continued. But as I said, I felt I was worse for the entire game, and I don't think I should be better here. Would be a bit strange.
Задавались вопросы, гроссмейстеры продолжали анализировать между собой, смотреть позицию, и Петр пришел к выводу, что все-таки, наверное, играя слон d5, он сделал верный выбор, потому что, конечно, есть определенные сомнения, скажем так, потому что позиция очень-очень насыщенная, и хотелось бы продолжать играть, но, вероятно, везде просто у черных хуже, и в какой-то момент начинает очень сильно сказываться конь на 6.
Да, вот, ну, в смысле, b4 просто
к такой позиции, да, пришли в анализе.
Ну, какой-то ход. Даже вплоть до того, что там пошел f5 и потом пошел уже.
Okay, maybe I think objectively the only white's problem is that lack of time. I was down on time, but maybe objectively it's good for white.
Объективно, наверное, единственная проблема белых — это то, что у меня было недостаточно много времени.
Такой мусор,
А в целом позиция белых лучше.
Ну, может быть, не лучше, но, по крайней мере, не хуже. Ну да, и с конем на F7 объективно, может быть, точными ходами я могу получить...
Even I've achieved all this and still I have no threats because b3 is not actually a threat because you know if the pawn arrives on a2 it will stop my counterplay on the queen side completely. B takes c3 will lose to knight takes c3 and you know there are all kinds of forks. So white can make any move here. Rook d1, rook e1, rook f1, all the moves are.
Даже в этой позиции я достиг многого, но у меня нет особенных угроз. Если я пойду b3 и даже пешка пройдет на a2, то она станет на пути моей собственной атаки.
This looks like black got somewhere, but I think white's attack actually has a much higher chance of succeeding. Something like rook f1, for instance, with the threat of fg6, hg6, knight f6 check, maybe or queen f4 or something. You can end up regretting continuing very easily in a position like this.
Кажется, что черные чего-то добились, но на самом деле атака белых довольно сильна. Допустим, ладья f1 с угрозой взятия на g6. Я думаю, что можно будет в такой позиции очень сильно пожалеть о том, что продолжил борьбу.
Okay, thank you very much for these great comments and for this spectacular game. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Peter Svidler was born on the 17th of June 1976 in St. Petersburg, where he still lives. He started playing chess in 1983, and it wasn't long before he had some significant successes. In 1991, he shared a win at the USSR Junior Championships. In 1994, he became under-18 world champion and gained his Grandmaster title. In the same year, he became Russian champion for the first time. He has claimed this title on a further 6 occasions, an absolute record. Peter quickly entered the peloton of Russian players and subsequently the world elite. For many years, this Grandmaster from St. Petersburg played for the Russian national team, and usually very successfully. He has 5 gold and 2 silver Olympic medals.
Топаловым и Шахрияром Мамедяровым. Расскажите, пожалуйста, что произошло в партии и как вообще вы себя чувствовали, играя первую партию турнира претендентов?
Okay, so white starts, so we try to speak English and translate, yeah?
Okay. Okay, and me and Vesin we played last time in November. Is our last tournament, and of course it's too long time we're not playing, and I want to play just accurately chess, but after knight d2, bishop d3, I miss immediately. I played here before against trying chess players Wang Yu, Wang Hao, b4 every time, and when I play bishop d3, c5, and now I understood is black is okay for sure, and maybe it's draw position.
Ну, конечно, последний раз я играл в ноябре, и после перерыва хотел играть довольно аккуратно, и вот в дебюте я практически сразу ошибся, потому что против Ван Ю, Ван Хао, b4 я играл, а здесь пошел слон d3, после чего c5 могут сыграть черные, и позиция уравнивается наверняка.
But actually, what exactly happened? You forgot to play before, or just?
Ну что случилось? Вы забыли просто сыграть b4?
No, I want to play a new move because I played bishop b4 every time, but I played just bishop d3, and I think I will play after. Yeah.
Да, я хотел просто сыграть какой-то новый ход. Я до этого всегда играл b4 и думал, что сыграю слон d3 и потом продолжится борьба.
Okay, but after knight d4, of course, take bishop b5, bishop d7. After bishop d7, of course, I think knight d7 is draw. Knight d7, I will play bishop d2, and it's okay, it's draw. But when he take rook d1, and okay, the problem is black is cannot to do the castle. Yeah, it's maybe of course is draw position again, but I don't know. Maybe
no,
some.
I was thinking to go knight a4 now.
Knight e4. Yeah. You must e4. Yeah.
And then e4, e5.
Yeah, and it's problems for break. And you play rook c8 and after bishop d4.
No, I should, should maybe go again knight a4 and try to make a draw.
Knight e4,
knight c3 and okay.
Yeah, it's maybe knight e4 and it's draw. But okay.
Да, я сейчас попробую перевести. Ну что ж, позиции после взятия на d7 Шахрияр говорит, что он думал, что последует взятие конем и тогда слон d2, довольно ничейная позиция. После взятия королем, возможно, конечно, позиция тоже ничейная, но черные не могут сделать рокировку. Веселин отметил, что он собирался играть конь e4, в этом была его идея.
Bishop b4, f5 and knight e1. After knight e1, I understood. Okay, white is maybe some chance to be better position, to get better position, because I don't know. It looks not very easy for break. Maybe it's better to play rook c4.
In fact, I think maybe even b4. Even instead of f5, rook c4 was better. Maybe.
Rook c4, yeah, immediately. Rook c4, rook c1?
Yeah, but then taking king d7.
It's okay, some...
Probably also.
Rook d1 check, and after...
Maybe king d6.
Knight d3.
d4. Knight d4.
Rook knight d3, yeah. Knight d4, yeah.
Попросить вас показать вариант.
It's okay. Knight d1.
Дело в том, что просто Шахрияр сказал, что после конь e1, возможно, у белых появляются какие-то шансы на то, чтобы получить лучшую позицию. Здесь предлагал ход ладья c4, и Веселин сказал, что, возможно, ладья c4 лучше было даже без включения f5. И после этого последовал вариант, но мы его не увидели.
Okay, after a5, of course, I take rook d5, and I think white is a really big advantage for me.
После a5 взять ладья d5, я думаю, что у белых довольно большой перевес.
But actually, was it necessary to play a5, or you thought it's
Было
time
ли
to play?
I
необходимо?
simply missed some simple move that I thought after rook d5, e6.
Yeah.
Rook b5.
Knight d6.
Yeah, well,
rook b6.
just very simple.
Let's show this variation because it was.
Okay, I was. He
Анастасия спросила, необходимо ли было играть опять, и Веселин говорит, что он просто пропустил после ладья d5, e6, ладья b5.
Simply that now here knight c4 is not good because simply the pawn is not on e7 anymore. So.
Да, здесь конь c4 плохо, потому что нет пешки на e7, она ушла оттуда.
Okay, now of course after knight d3. Not easy play for black, and after my good idea rook c1 and rook c2, and the Veselin is time. Of course, he play again knight f6. Very strange. I don't know.
Yeah, but okay, somehow not so easy to find a move.
Yeah, but after knight f6, knight e5, rook b5, it looks.
Well, actually.
Да, эта позиция выглядит очень хорошей для белых, и Шахрияр применил интересную идею ладья c2.
Rook d8 now?
Здесь ладья d8 предлагает.
Rook d8. No. I was thinking, but somehow I got a little bit scared that maybe bishop e7.
Но тогда я немного испугался хода слон e7.
And I was short of time that here. Okay, this is immediately losing because of king rook e5. And somehow I was not so sure about this position.
Здесь у меня было не так много времени, я не был уверен насчет этой позиции. А король e8 проигрывает сразу из ладья e5.
Rook c8?
Rook c8 is check.
Check. It's 2 minutes check here.
King b, rook b7 now.
King b6?
Yeah, and then no, rook c8. I thought knight e5, and then I was
king d8.
Yeah, and
knight
f7.
Okay, so of course.
I was afraid of this.
Yeah.
Да, мне не нравилось это взятие на e7.
When he played rook e7, but okay, now of course.
Of course, it's not a move I wanted to do, but because it's very passive.
Yeah.
But I was short of time, and I didn't want to enter that complications because I prefer to play just a passive position, but to try to
Конечно, ладья 7 очень пассивная, я не хотела так играть, но когда у меня было немного времени, и мне не хотелось идти во все эти осложнения, которые возникают после слон e7.
If really after rook e7, I think I will win, because I don't know. You have time within time problems. Is 10 minutes, and not easy to defense. I don't know. I think I calculate to play f3 or bishop e3. I don't know. I think bishop e3 is winning move. No, not winning move. I mean, is after rook e5, rook c7 is winning move.
После ладья e7 мне казалось, что я должен выиграть, потому что у черных сложная позиция и недостаточно времени. Здесь я думал f3 или слон a3. Думаю, что после слона a3, ладья a5, ладья c7.
Ну вот еще после партии нам сказали, after the game, analyst rook c6 is not easy to play for black because I want to take pawn. I don't know if
only move, in fact, I think.
Rook knight d7 take.
Maybe
knight c4 is not easy play after knight c4. You know, it's pawn b6 and everything is. Maybe it's rook c6.
После партии нам указали еще на возможность ладья c6.
I think bishop is okay. I think I will play bishop e3. After knight rook b7, I play rook c4, rook c6. This is okay. But
я думаю, что после слона a3 я
and I see rook e5 and I see rook c7 is winning. But I miss this idea. First, I think I will win very. I have my minimum rook this move. I think, but I miss rook take b2.
Yeah.
Да, к сожалению, я просто просчитался. То есть я думал, что в этом варианте я выигрываю, но это не так.
But in fact, yeah.
And okay, it was, and of course I think it's also winning. Rook b2, king f3, and if knight g4, h3 is, but again rook d5. I miss absolutely. I miss rook d5.
Но опять же здесь я просто пропустил ход ладья d5.
After rook d5, I cannot play rook f7 because he could take e3.
Теперь я не могу пойти ладья f7, потому что черные возьмут на a3.
And I must to draw because it's only.
Knight c4 is rook d7.
Yeah, knight c4 and rook d7 also, of course, only move for black.
После конь c4 ладья d7 единственный ход для черных. Ну а я был вынужден уже делать ничью, говорит Шахрияр.
Just one moment. I wanted just remember here in this variation how we move it. Instead of knight c4, still knight c8. The idea to catch the rook on g7.
Вместо конь c4 может быть конь c8, возможно. С идеей поймать ладью.
If rook
knight
b7,
7,
rook a4,
king
Knight
a8.
e7, yeah, but there are two pawns.
Yes, so just I wonder if it's position, what kind of position it is.
No, but 1 second, because okay, rook e6 is probably not good.
Well, it's okay.
Yeah.
And maybe it's king a5.
Yeah, it's maybe also
How can you estimate it?
defendable.
Может быть, здесь тоже можно еще как-то защищаться.
Да.
Well, here I don't think black is worse. Yeah, but
Я не думаю, что здесь черных
Also,
хуже.
yeah.
yeah, it's true that knight c8 was possible. I simply consider knight c4.
Да, но конь c8 тоже было возможно. Я вот рассматривал только конь c4.
Thank you very much for your great comments and interesting game. Thank you. Good. Wish you good
Спасибо
luck.
большое за ваши комментарии и интересную партию.
Shahriar Mamedyarov was born on the 12th of April 1985 in Samgayit. He was taught to play chess by his father in 1993. In the same year, he started to attend lessons in a chess school. The young player enjoyed repeated successes in youth tournaments and became the only player in the world to become under-20 world champion.
Today we have one decisive game. Vishwanathan Anand playing with white won against Anand and Aronian. So can you please tell us what happened today?
Здравствуйте еще раз, дорогие друзья. 4-я пресс-конференция, и у нас есть результативная партия. Вишванатан Ананд выиграл у Левона Ароняна белыми фигурами. Пожалуйста, расскажите об этой партии.
Okay, so we got one of these typical martial positions.
У нас получилась одна из типичных позиций в маршале.
Bishop e3. Rook e7. Actually, I more or less expected this move because, well, it's a very typical motive. So.
Слон e3, ладья e7. Этот ход я ожидал, потому что это довольно типичный мотив в этой позиции.
Also, black basically says, well, you didn't take your chance to swap rook, so I'll double. So.
Да, и черные должны пользоваться шансом сдвоить ладьи.
And I thought, well, that knight e5 was quite desirable for me. So we were discussing whether instead of h6, maybe queen f5 made any sense. Okay, it needs to be checked, but I think queen f5 is an annoying move because if I kick the queen, then he goes back, and now my knight is not really well placed here, so probably I have to come back. So I have to find some good reply there.
Мне, конечно, хотелось поставить коня на e5, и поэтому мы обсуждали, что, возможно, здесь ферзь f5 мог быть довольно неприятный ход для меня. Мне бы, если я хожу конь h4 и прогоняю ферзя, то мой конь расположен уже не так хорошо.
Black could also play queen c6, but the same problem is that he maybe just slightly, very slightly worse after f3.
Ферзь c6 после f3, видимо, у черных чуть хуже все-таки.
Rook e5, queen d2, and then bishop d4, and I keep the two bishops.
Да, после ладья e5,
might have been better than the
ферзь
game.
d2, слон d4, у меня остается два слона.
Because after knight f6, I went c4. I mean, earlier I had stopped with c4, but when we got here, I was actually quite surprised by how strong it was. I mean, I really felt that I might not just be slightly better, but I might have actually been even clearly better.
Да, но может быть то, что рассматривалось ранее, все-таки было лучше, чем то, что получилось в партии, потому что здесь после c4 это действительно очень сильный ход за белых. Мне казалось, что у меня будет чуть лучше, но оказалось, что довольно большой перевес.
I like this move. He took here, but after bishop c5, I mean, even if we go for a two bishops versus bishop and knight, it's just, I mean, white can torture black for ages, take the king to d4, to c5, etc. So it's really a very unpleasant position.
В этой позиции, даже если разменяются ладьи и останутся два слона против слона и коня, это очень неприятная позиция для черных, потому что белые могут мучить соперника очень долго, привести короля на d4, на c5.
And of course, Levon also started to run very short of time. I mean, here he was already maybe less than a minute or maybe a minute. So this move was really careless. I mean, for some reason I thought I had calculated it to a win, but it's so much easier to play rook c6 that probably bishop e5 deserves some criticism.
В этой позиции слон e5 ход небрежный довольно, потому что мне казалось, что я просчитал его до победы, но на самом деле гораздо проще было взять пешку на c6 ладьей. И также необходимо отметить, что здесь у Левона уже были довольно большие проблемы со временем.
No, the problem is I had seen this move, and if bishop e6, I thought I have bishop g7 winning.
Проблема в том, что я видел ход b3, и после слон e6 я думал, что слон g7 выигрывает.
But suddenly I didn't know what's happening here. Because rook c4, the same trick again, knight b2 and.
После слон b7 я не уверен, что происходит, потому что есть вот этот вот трюк с конь b2.
Luckily, I was able to sit and find that there was still a win.
Хорошо, что у меня была возможность подумать и понять, что это все еще победа.
Levon, actually, what was the moment you think you lost your track in this game? Because it seemed black had quite comfortable position. I mean, even they had no one pawn.
Yes, I think.
Я переведу вопрос. Левон, в какой момент вы потеряли нить игры, потому что казалось, что изначально после дебюта у черных была довольно комфортная позиция?
I think I've been trying to be, I was trying to take it too simple. I thought the position is too simple. I underestimated that White has this strong idea with 95. After which, I think I didn't quite recover.
Я думаю, что я недооценил эту позицию, и то, что у белых есть идея очень сильная конь e5, мне казалось, что позиция слишком проста, и я относился к ней как слишком простой. После конь e5, вероятно, мне уже не удалось выбраться.
I think I should have improved perhaps earlier or somewhere here. I had this, for some reason, I was actually only considering some tricky things instead of calculating anything serious.
По какой-то причине я в основном рассматривал какие-то забавные такие варианты, какие-то трюки, вместо того, чтобы серьезно посчитать действительно важные вещи.
Well, it's the first game. I'll try to work on my game.
Но это первая партия, и я, конечно, постараюсь поработать над своей игрой.
By the way, the candidates tournament, I think, is the only event where you have pairings ready 1 month before the event. How much, it influenced your preparation for the first game?
Турнир претендентов, вероятно, единственное соревнование, где жеребьевка известна за месяц до начала турнира. Насколько это влияет на вашу подготовку к первой партии?
Well, also, in a double round robin, you know that you're going to get everybody with both colors, so that mystery is not there. But of course, maybe I paid some attention to the game, especially the last few days. But I wouldn't. The whole month you still have to have your repertoire for the whole event.
Но в любом случае, в двухкруговом турнире вы знаете, что вы сыграете с каждым соперником белыми и черными, поэтому нет какой-то особенной загадки. Естественно, к этой партии я в последние дни перед началом турнира готовился чуть больше, но в целом во время подготовки вы в любом случае готовитесь ко всем соперникам.
Levon, have you started to prepare for the game when you heard about pairings immediately, or?
Левон, вы начали готовиться к партии, как только узнали жеребьевку или нет?
If I had, only problems with one opponent, that would make sense. But there are so many strong players here that you have to be equally prepared and prepared well against everybody. So it makes some sense to be prepared for the first round or second round, but makes much more sense to try and find out what your real problems are.
Ну, если бы моей проблемой был только один соперник на этом турнире, наверное, я бы так и сделал, но дело в том, что здесь очень много сильных гроссмейстеров, и нужно готовиться ко всем соперникам, и поэтому я считаю, что, вероятно, лучше готовиться в целом и понять, какие проблемы есть у игрока.
Do we have questions? Да?
Есть ли вопросы какие-то?
Глядя на сегодняшнюю партию, может, по части на ее результат, мне где-то вспоминался турнир в Мексике, где во втором туре вы тоже играли, но только Виша играл черными, победил, и после этого началось его как победное шествие. Не было ли каких-то таких внутренних параллелей с этой партией? Что потребуется лично вам, Левон, чтобы, может быть, забыть о сегодняшнем результате?
Well, I looked at this game and I remember a tournament in Mexico when you played in the second round and Vichy had black, but he won and then he climbed up to the top of the tournament. Were you thinking about these parallels and what would you do to forget this game? I guess question is to Levon. Levon, да, вопрос? To both players.
I don't think Vishy really needs to forget the game, but
you had this coincidence in mind.
Yes, but probably it's best not to let your mind wander. At the very least, more than half the participants are different. So it's best not to let your mind wander too much. Let's take it round by round and go from there.
Я думаю, что не стоит позволять себе слишком прогуливаться в сознании, да, потому что здесь больше половины соперников другие и еще очень много туров.
Well, it's not the first time I lose in early rounds, so I'm kind of used to it by now.
Это не первый раз, когда я проигрываю в ранних турах, поэтому я уже к этому привык.
And I mean, the statistics show that, and I feel that I actually start playing better after I lose one game. So I guess it's an important event. You should start as early.
Но статистика показывает, и я сам это чувствую, что я начинаю играть лучше после того, как проигрываю одну партию, но поскольку это очень важное соревнование, то нужно рано начинать.
I think Mikhail Tal used to lose in the first round, and he could play still very well. So, do we have other questions?
Yes. My question is to both players. I would like to ask, before this event, you have been playing quite a lot in many cities and events. So please tell me, is it your usual practice before such huge events, or is it exceptional rule?
Вопрос обоим гроссмейстерам. Перед этим турниром вы довольно много играли. Это ваша стандартная практика перед такими серьезными стартами?
I didn't play that much in Feb. So Feb I basically took a break except for a Bundesliga weekend. And so I would say neither that I'm overly rested nor that I'm overly tired. I think it was good that I played one weekend just to keep in touch with the pieces, but not to play anything in February. I'm quite happy with. But I can't think of any other participants who played in Feb actually. So.
Ну, я не играл в феврале, за исключением одного уикенда в Бундеслиге. Я думаю, что это хорошо, потому что я и не очень сильно устал, но и не полностью расслаблен. То есть во время этих партий я взял еще раз в руки шахматы. Но справедливости ради, никто из участников практически не играл в феврале.
I think it's good generally to play chess.
Ну, в целом, я думаю, что это хорошо играть в шахматы.
Whenever you have a chance to compete against the best in the world, I think that's kind of a celebration for a chess player. That's a pleasant experience.
И когда есть возможность сыграть с сильнейшими в мире, то для любого шахматиста это как праздник и приятный опыт.
No, just we noticed in the press center that you were only 2 players out of 8 who actually played the last 3 months. So maybe that's why the question also appeared. And
дело в том, что в пресс-центре обратили внимание, что только вы 2 единственных шахматиста в этом турнире, которые играли вообще в последние 4 месяца.
And I remember the previous candidates. So Levon, you haven't played in Zurich. You decided not to play there to prepare, and this time you changed actually your rule. So just we were wondering if you decided to change, let's say, the preparation.
Перед предыдущим турниром претендентов вы не играли в турнире в Цюрихе, Zurich Chess Challenge. В этом году вы приняли участие. Вы решили таким образом изменить как-то свою подготовку?
I think the dates for the candidates a year ago were different. It was much closer, or maybe the dates of Zurich were much closer to the actual event, and I felt that I needed to prepare.
Даты этих турниров в прошлом году были гораздо ближе один турнир к другому, поэтому я почувствовал тогда, что мне нужно время на подготовку.
Can you please tell us the last question? I think who is helping you here?
И последний вопрос, наверное, на этой пресс-конференции: кто помогает вам здесь?
Okay, you go first.
I have a team of my doctor who's accompanying our team and me personally. And I have 2 helpers here. One is Tigran Varamian, a good friend of mine, and another friend of mine, Max Rorstein.
Здесь со мной доктор, который помогает мне и в нашей команде. Ну и также два моих друга здесь со мной помогают мне.
Yeah, I'm here with Sandipan, who was on my team in Chennai as well. So.
Ну а я здесь с Сандипаном, да, который мне также помогал и в Ченае.
Thank you very much for your great comments, for coming to our press conference.
Спасибо.